think that's it. It's one of those Sunday mornings where I'm just like kind of a zombie and was like, wait, do I have everything done? I think I have everything done. Except for opening my beverage and putting on chapstick. But that's okay. Because we can take care of that real quick. So hi. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Wherever you are, whenever you are. Hello. It's a Teddy's Haven kind of morning. Because I need it to be chill, but also Autonomica got delayed and there's been updates. So in the multitude of options I have, this was the one that I was like, okay, I want to get in there and I want to do some stuff because I've been saving it like a present. Always a zombie. And good morning, Miss Yaya. I hope you are doing well. I'm going to do a quote of the day and then we will move directly into Teddy's Haven. Actually, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to make sure the music is up. And all of the things are going on so that I don't have to do that after the fact. Okay. I also was a little bit late because my husband started to get some sinus congestion going on yesterday, so I'm avoiding him like the plague, but also trying to keep the children in line so that they do not bother him while he is already asleep for the day. I don't know if he's going to sleep all day, but he is definitely going to be taking a nap earlier than he might usually do. So, let us do quote. And the quote of the day is, there are moments in life where it gets so hectic that time becomes a blur. Keep calm and never give up. And that's from John Cena. And the reason I picked this quote today is just because I needed a reminder and felt like other people might also need the reminder that we are getting ready to head into holiday season, whatever your holiday of choice or holidays of choice are, whatever, your participation level is. This time of year can get a little hectic and become a blur as we get closer and closer to the end of the year for many. So just a reminder that keep calm, you will make it through. Hopefully it'll be positive and joyful, but even if it's just enduring until it's warm again, it's okay. And it'll be okay. And you can do it. And so can I, because I'm about halfway through my hectic season. And it's just like it accelerates until the end of the year. It's just like more and more and more stuff to do all the time. So that's my thoughts. That's the quote. Something simple on a simple kind of Sunday. So, good luck. Been sick for almost 2 months. Still? No. Since your germ gremlin started back. Right? Little petri dishes in the classroom. So, I'm so sorry you're still not feeling good. But hopefully you will be cozy and allow your brain to shut off while my brain probably goes into overdrive as I try and do update stuff. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to actually go through a little bit of what the updates are because I've been saving them. Like presents. So the update after kind of the spooky stuff, there was to honor the departed. We saw a second tombstone show up on the top of the hill because the developer had another pet pass and was dealing with it. It's always difficult when that happens, but if you don't know the history of this game, part of the game's development was because of a loss of a beloved pet. And so there's many references to that and just, honoring them. And so there is a whole new memorial on the hill now where you can actually make an offering so that every single day if you want to. I've found some stuff, I will show it off when we get in the game, that you can receive as kind of gifts in giving to that memorial. And then the next big update, and the one that I referenced in the title, was Buzz and Berry Brewing. So we can now brew using honey and fruit. So I'm excited to get that set up because I did see it was available to buy. I was like, wait for it. And then some visual enhancements were also done in that update. And then there was another update for Frost Frames and Fresh. Oh, and fresh achievements. So I've been getting some achievements for some stuff I had previously done, but there are now achievements for them. There's a ton now. There's like 40 something now. There's some shutters on the window, and the snow has been modified. So, and then there's some hidden details, I guess, in there too. There's more to come. So we are going to be getting, I think he said something about doing something for the winter holidays. So it'll be interesting to see what comes of that. But trying to be cozy, I'm going to curl up with your Switch and play Animal Crossing. That sounds good to me. A nice warm beverage, drinking lots of fluids. I put on my mom tone for you. And taking it easy, hopefully. Trying not to let your brain train go too crazy as you're needing to rest. Because if your brain train is getting too crazy, you're not actually resting. Okay. So I did play a little bit yesterday just to kind of remind myself where I was since the last time I had played, particularly since the last time I streamed. And I'm about halfway, I think, through making my produce stand. These are the new shutters that were referenced. And let's see. Let's get the rock today. So here's a couple of those things you can get as kind of gifts for the memorial that you can make offerings to. You can spin them. You can size them up and down. I don't know how big they get, actually. Oh my gosh. Pretty big. And they're shiny and they glow a little bit. I'm actually going to resize, or you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to box it and then just open it back up. Oh, good God. I'm going to drop it. I'm going to hit all the wrong buttons because I was playing a different game this morning. I started a second save of Bookshop Simulator so I could get my fix in. Oh, that's what happened. I popped off the rock. Birdhorn is here. Oh, and the little guy in the tree is here. Although I don't think he can do anything. I think he just stares at you in a slightly ominous fashion. So I wouldn't mind trying to get some more produce, more of this produce thing going on. Maybe work my way more around the tree. I'm not sure if I want to start there. Actually, no, I don't want to start there. But this is the first day of summer year 2. So I definitely need to go out and gather berries since it's been a full year since I've actually gotten any. Let's see. Both of these guys are here. Oh, I thought there was I thought there were a couple new achievements with the little slime guys. So Farmer Flan. But I've read this before. So it's just about getting the achievements today. There's the one for Bob. Excellent. And then I'm torn about taking down my Halloween stuff just because it's summer in the game. I know we're past Halloween, but Halloween's my favorite. So I wouldn't mind making some money today for sure. So I definitely want to make sure I'm running the shop at least a couple days because I would like to pet Teddy. But also the next expansion is 20K, I want to say. Yeah, 20K. And I'm not far. So if I can behave myself on buying too much stuff, I should be able to get that after at least, I would say, one in-game day. But this is the shelf that I have made for displaying my like little knickknacks and offering things that I have received. So I went ahead and put the toys that I had gotten, the cat that I got, the little skull, and my crystals. And then there's just a random book because I was just looking to see. And since it's a nice day, maybe we'll open all the shutters and make it, get some air in here. Oh, I forgot he was out there. I'm not that far from getting my 4th cashier, which I'm definitely looking forward to because I'm pretty sure that how much you make is determined more by how many customers you can churn through in a day versus, you know, there isn't really a max. It's just how quickly you can like process that stuff. So having another cashier will be helpful. But I have really done nothing in addition. I mean, I think I might have added some more of the benches as stairs because eventually I would like, oh, Ghost Bear is here today. I would like to get this all the way around and make a loop all the way around the tree and then make sure there are at least stairs on the front side just all the way around. I think it'll look nice to have it be that way. And I don't know what he should be called. I can't rename him, but I kind of wish I could. He's gotten massive. I had to move him again. I had to move him over there. So let's grab these, and then we'll go down and look at some of the farming experimental stuff that I was working on yesterday, because I was trying to figure out space for the new brewing that we can do. And so I added another platform over here, and I consolidated the farm. This was what I originally was thinking about for doing more vertical farming stuff. And while I really, really like it, I don't like how shaded it is on the inside, which for farming, I mean, it's magical farming, right? So, I mean, like, we can just pretend that it's fine, but also, or like it's got, like it's contained, like maybe there's a miniature sun in there that's giving the plants enough light. But this seemed really dark because the idea was to do something on both sides so I could maximize the space and also make it look cute. And then I also had, I had a variety of farming things. So I decided to experiment a little bit with the farm plots that look like this. And I don't like the ones on the end, but I had a weird number, so I just stuck them there. And I'm not sure if I'm completely sold on this, but I definitely like the idea of it looking like a planter. And I like the fact that it's functional. Did I not water that one over there? Or are they just not leafy looking right now? Are the leaves so tiny that it's hard to see? So the one at the bottom is as big as it gets, and the ones on the top are as small as they get. And I kind of like them with just the 3 on each side, even though that gives me 7. It's kind of a weird number for, you know, the quantity. But I have so much, like, little, but what about this possibility? And what about that possibility? And what about the math of it all? And, you know, my brain train gets into overdrive. But I was just trying to experiment. I was actually trying to experiment with trying to do some more vertical stuff using the signpost. And it was gonna be a pain in the ass to really do it, so I ended up switching to this, and I kind of like it. I like the idea of the beehives being above the plants. It's also why I put some in here, just to see how I felt about it. But these are just some experiments. I also tried to experiment with, like, adding some decor, like some leaves coming off of it, just to kind of disguise the fact that underneath are just benches. So I've been, you know, messing around with that, and it also freed up a ton of space because the new thing is fizzy drinks. I told my son I was going to go make fizzy lifting drinks. But I kind of think I want to put them in here. So I might move my crucibles outside. Wah! And run into walls, apparently. I might just line them along this open section here, and then put the fizzy drink situation in here. And that way, this side and this side are both kind of fruit related. Because I believe it's honey and fruit, is what it is. So, that's what I was fussing with for a majority of the time yesterday. And I don't see a dragon. I don't see Patch. I don't see a dragon over there. So it looks like we do have Verdhorn and, of course, Umbrow to go talk to. So let's go ahead and get that going on. And then we'll do some regular cycle type stuff. And then... Hello. How are you today, Verdhorn? Oh, what? Forgot his noises. Shopkeeper, I once napped upon a hill, or so I thought. Turns out the hill was a sleeping beast older than even I. It woke slowly, gently, and asked me if I was comfortable. I was. So it walked me across the valley, humming old earth tunes with each step. I never learned its name. But sometimes the land carries us when we need it most. Thank you. Your listening roots me well. All right. increased fruit harvest, and there's the achievement for talking to Verdhorn. So yeah, those are some of the new achievements where it's like, I know I've already talked to Verdhorn, but because it's a new achievement, it makes me, you know, have to do it again, which is pretty typical for achievements added, you know, after a game has been active for a while. You have to do the thing again. I ran into that with Dinkum as well. Oh, so I ended up in someone's stream, and speaking of, I'm going to go ahead and grab the kitties while I'm thinking about it, and ended up watching them get the white fairy that has been eluding me, so I did not get to figure it out on my own, and honestly, I was a little annoyed with myself because I know I have been where it is. I was just like, ugh, it means I just wasn't paying attention when I ran past it, which I'm not really surprised. I kind of expected it to be that. And it's in a place that, you know, isn't along a normal route. Or my normal route, maybe somebody else's normal route goes up there. But, so yes, now I know where the last fairy is. I was like, oh man, but it probably was going to take me a bit because I've been trying to go places I have not been since I started playing the game occasionally, just to see if I could find it. Like, there are just places that aren't in my normal, when I'm just playing, route. And I don't do it that often, so it probably would have taken me a bit. And the other thing that was making me kick myself was because I had considered going back to approximately where the fairy is. And I was like, I don't feel like going up there. I'll go over here today, you know, that kind of thing. And so if I had just trusted my gut, I might have found it, but that's okay. It might have turned out that way anyway, because since the fairy is white, it's kind of hard to spot because the stuff around it kind of helps it blend in. Even when I went up and actually knew where to look for it, I still had a moment of, wait, where is it? It's supposed to be here, before I finally saw it, so. Oh well. That's okay. I don't have to discover everything, you know? Just because it would be nice to discover stuff does not mean that I have to do that. And it's just a little cozy game, you know? Not looking for street cred. Alright, how many of these do I have? Oh, we got down to like 3K. That's not too bad though. And with Verdhorn here today, it's going to help get those numbers up quicker, so that's nice. Oh, I also saw somebody, I'm going to try it today. They put fruit on their chickens? And I was like, what? So I'm going to see if I can do like hats. It was very strange. So I'm going to see if I can do that. Which just seems, you know, like a little silly thing to do, but if it's something I could do, I just want to see it done at least once in my game. Right, ducks. I'm also curious. I think that it was on the stream last time I played, but there's a new door against one of the mountainsides, and I know he's working on a new, like, underground biome, and I'm pretty sure I saw somebody say that the door was related to that, so I'm like, Although, as much as I'm interested in a new biome, I think I'm more interested in the cooking stuff, but I'm excited for it all. And now that I'm getting, you know, more games in the mix, and I'm going to have to do a little bit more of a round-robin rotation situation, it means that, like, those updates, like, kind of like the new brewing update, will have to be kept like a present, which is, like, exciting, you know, because then you get that anticipation of it, but also, like, I want it now. Give me now. But it's my own fault that I'm playing too many damn games, you know? Like, I did it to myself. And before I did it, I was like, I know this is dangerous, you know? Having too many games going at once. But that's okay. All right. Hello, Hackor. It is satisfying to get all 8 fairies. It was satisfying even without the white fairy because the white fairy's at, I think, the top of the rainbow. And so it still looked very pretty when you got that many. 7 is still pretty. A dream lingers beneath the earth, and I remember its weight. In Brightmere, the scholars drank the stars and called it wisdom. But the city turned to beasts, and truth became nightmare. One hunter entered the dream to end it. They never woke, but the dream softened. Thank you for letting the forgotten stir gently once more. Fantastic. We love having more and more and more increased profit when we want to spend so much money. Like so much money. I don't even know. I didn't even look at the price point for the... Come here, BB. For the new crafting things. I hope they're not 600 a piece, but they could be. So I might do the majority of running around before I even open the shop so that I can do the construction of the new crafting stuff while the shop is open. But yeah, I think I'm going to go with the sign thing. I don't know. I have an idea for how I could potentially make the other thing work better, but it might work for a different crafting as opposed to the farming, although that kind of leaves me in a little bit of a bind when it comes to the terrariums. I really like how the terrariums look. I like them better than just the plain, you know, rectangular farm plots. But I like the look of the planter that I did. And I like the idea of having a sign for each kind of group of farm plots too. So I don't know what I'm going to do about the terrariums because I really do like them. I think they're really cute. I like that they look like their own little ecosystem, like contained, like a tiny world, you know? I really like that. And so I know I want to do something with them, but I wish we had either half-size platforms or quarter-size platforms, or honestly both. Because then I think it might work a little bit better. But hello. You know, yeah, bounce me. Tiger melons. Yeah, so many of these things got super low. And now that we're going to be crafting using berries to make other products, it's going to make it that much more important to make sure I'm doing, you know, maximizing gathering stuff. Every time I think I'm going to have too much, I feel like there's something added that's going to be like, oh, no, the pressure's still going to be on. Like, I don't know what we're going to do when he starts adding the cooking stuff in, because I don't know how elaborate that's going to be. Like, is it going to be recipes that require cheese, eggs, fruit, you know, all the different things that we can make? Like, how many ingredients are going to be required, you know, that kind of thing. And so it'll be interesting to see resource management. Like, am I going to have to take stuff out of stock for sale in order to make sure I can maintain quantities for the crafted goods? Which, honestly, I wouldn't be mad at necessarily. I wouldn't be mad at a little bit of more micromanaging, or the potential for it. Like, I know there's lots of people that don't want to have to, you know, work that hard to make the most out of their shop. There's also a lot of people who already don't put everything for sale because they don't want their shop to be stuffed to the gills. I don't mind a shop stuffed to the gills. If you could see the bookshop that I started on my second account for Bookshop Simulator, I figured out a way to make even more bookshelves fit. And it's a little ridiculous. Because I actually played the save that I was streaming a little bit so I could make some money. And didn't go back to Japan yet. But I crammed some more bookshelves in there. I actually got rid of some of the storage. Actually, I think I got rid of almost all of the storage. And I'm going to go ahead and go up this side and go ahead and get some more out of Boundium than I usually get. But, this floating tree. Because the scanner actually makes it super easy to let all of the employees keep things stocked. And, I can just go around and go, oh, I need some books for the shelf, scan it, order it, and then they just start stocking immediately. And so even though it's a little bit more micromanagey, I got to put more bookshelves in. And then on the second save, I started experimenting with a different layout than even the one I changed the layout on my first one to. And yeah, it's kind of ridiculous how much shelving I was able to actually fit in there. It's kind of funny how that can work out. If you don't mind it feeling really full. But I know some people like to focus more on less shelf space and more decor kind of things and just feeling roomier. And that's part of the thing I like about games like this is like, you can play it however you want. Like, I know there are people that have whole separate shopping areas, kind of like my, craft room or craft raft, or hold on. Oh, okay. I don't know why there was a little pop-up, probably because I moused over something before switching back to my second monitor. I was like, what the hell is that? But yeah, you can put as little or as much stuff as you want. I actually considered making the whole shop used books and just seeing what I could do with just, and I might try that on another save, just making all used materials. Oh, but that's what I was saying about this game is like people have whole different buildings for stuff, like my produce market, and my craft raft. Like they've just built whole separate buildings for different merchandise. And I think that's awesome. It's fun to have something so flexible like that. And just make it as intense or as relaxed as you want. I think I literally only played one in-game day yesterday. Might have done two. Just to try and I was like, oh crap, I meant to be making some money so I could have money to spend. And I got so distracted by the farm stuff that I was like, oh, this has literally been one day. And part of the reason I started a second day was because I wanted daylight to see. Because I actually did run the shop while I was building. And then it got dark and it was hard for me to see. It's my own fault. Alright, I'm gonna go... Did I get these rocks up here? Oh, crap, I did. I don't usually go that one way to get that little bit of out of Boundium. I think there's more over there, but we don't need to be that excessive. And I forgot that I can hit the rocks on the other side of this little valley. I don't know. Lead into the castle on the way. And my autopilot brain was like, we're just yammering and gathering. Which is exactly the pace I need on a Sunday. Next, I only have a 3-day work week this week. Theoretically, it should be relatively quiet because the students that have been making it busy at the library, theoretically, they should either be almost done with their semester or at least done with their papers that they were writing. So I can use these 3 days to kind of catch up on some stuff, but not have to worry. And we're only open to the public on Monday this next week, so There shouldn't be a ton of meetings because there's going to be a lot of people who are going on vacation or going, like not vacation necessarily, but having time off for the holiday this next week. Some people might be traveling. A lot of people do travel for Thanksgiving. We don't do a lot for Thanksgiving. We don't really celebrate it in the sense of what Thanksgiving was originally, I don't know, designed for. That's not really how holidays work. Like the original intention of the holiday. It's, for us, it's specifically about hanging out with family, comfort food, kind of preparing for the season ahead, that kind of thing. But we don't, we don't make a big fuss. My husband and my kids will stay home on the day. My husband will make food, and might watch, a movie. There's probably sports ball if we want to. We don't make a big fuss. And then only one of the extended family functions is what I'm planning on going to next Saturday. And again, it's more about being with family than anything else. And yeah, I kind of wish we did something in the spring instead of just concentrating everything in the fall and winter. Going to the in-laws for a couple hours and coming home and relaxing. Yeah, see? Family, probably some food, that kind of thing. The water looks all right from up above, but I don't know if he's modified it in such a way that it's actually kind of weird being down on the water. It's a little jittery at the moment. Kind of feel like I should put that in the Discord, because it was kind of messing with me yesterday since my crafting thing is on a raft. Or I call it a raft because I put it on the water. So on water equals raft, whether or not you think it looks like a raft or not. To me it is. Where's the cat? Excuse me? There you are. But yeah, we don't, make a huge fuss out of it. Just nice to spend time with family. And, eat. My husband will do a turkey breast in a crock pot, so it's nice and juicy and simple, and have some sides. I'm gonna see if I can pick up something for dessert. I have a Costco run on Monday because that's my regular Costco. It's closer to my job than it is to home. So every Monday is my Costco run day, and we don't go crazy there. I have a very tight budget that I run up for every week so that I'm not tempted by all of the things you can get tempted by at a store like that. And my husband really doesn't go with me that often because when we go together, or if he goes by himself, budget tends to go out the window a little bit more than it should. So I just go by myself on Mondays, and I'm like, okay, I'm here for meat, vegetables, whatever. There's some fig bars that we get from there. Actually, I have fig bar right now. I keep a very tight budget, and then if there's wiggle room, then I might add a snack or a dessert to try or whatever. So I'm going to see if there's anything that we can all agree on as a dessert for Thanksgiving, but the quantity of the size of thing you have to purchase from Costco, and the fact that we don't all agree on the same type of dessert. My little one and my husband would probably be just fine if it was something chocolate, and my older son and I probably would be okay if it was just chocolate, but we also like spice, pumpkin pie or a spice cake or something. Well, my oldest doesn't really care for spice cake, but he likes some things. Anyway, it's just hard to get something big that all four of us will be excited to have for as long as it takes to eat it, That's why I use Instacart for Costco, right? If it wasn't so convenient, and I'm pretty disciplined when it comes to Costco. Especially if I go by myself after work, because I don't want to be there any longer than it takes. And I'm also the one who manages all the money. So as long as I'm by myself and I don't have wiggle room, like if I have too much wiggle room, I have to really rein it in, you know? And technically, if you want to know how much I can overthink everything in life, I have a budget and I also have a budgeted wiggle room amount. So my weekly budget is $100 and then my wiggle room is an extra $20, but that includes tax. And when I estimate tax, I round up so that I'm always under what I think I'm spending. Too many years of being too broke to play around, you know? That's why my husband drives me nuts when he prices things out and I'm like, okay, but how much is it? And he'll round down, first of all, which I hate, and then he won't take into account like fees and taxes and stuff. And so there've been a few times where he's told me it's like, oh, it's only gonna be like $90, and then it ends up being like 120, and I'm just like, dude, please do not. I round all of the income down and I round all of the expenses up, and that way... So now I have to look at him and go, does this include fees? Does this include tax? Like what, you know, what is the actual amount? It drives me insane. But it's been pretty good, and honestly, I feel like the stuff that we used to get, like when we were younger, when we had Costco years ago, they don't have a lot of the same, like, convenience foods that they used to, and the stuff they have now is less tempting for who we are as people now. Like, there are some things, but, yeah. I really don't mess around too much with my estimates. Like, I make sure that they're always going to come in under what I expect them to. And that way, on the rare occasion that they're higher, it's not detrimental, you know? Too paranoid. Yeah. Especially in this day and age where everything is more expensive. Like, no thank you. And it's a mixed bag, too. It's like, it'd be nice to be able to do more. You know, now that we're a little bit more secure than we used to be years ago. But it's also a good, like, to really plan for stuff. Because, you know, I remember the first time that I realized how bad fast food was getting. I took my son and my older son and I out. And for the two of us, it cost us almost $30 to get lunch. And I was like, this is stupid. At a Wendy's. You know what I mean? Like, it was just ridiculous. So, I would like to go out more. But I also, you know, it's nice to have reasons to be more responsible, I guess, too. Because it used to be real easy when everything was cheaper to just be like, oh, well, it's not that bad. And then you would do it way more often than you should, you know? Like, oh, it's only going to be $20 to feed a family of 4. And then you would do it 3 times a week. Well, then you spent $60, you know? Now it's like, okay, once in a while we'll splurge on fast food. But it's junk anyway. Like, I don't need it. We got Wendy's yesterday just because my husband and I had to go out. And then his mom is having issues related to her cancer treatment. She had a cancer treatment earlier this week. And so one of the few things that she can eat, surprisingly, is a hamburger from Wendy's. So we ended up getting lunch out. And I find that we waste less as well. Like, it used to be we would get, you know, fries for everybody and this for everybody. And now it's like, but then we wouldn't eat half of it, you know? And it's just like, I find we waste less food because we don't get as much extra either. Yeah, everything is expensive. Well, and then if we go out to like a sit-down restaurant, you know, depending on what we order, there's less leftovers too. Because that used to be something when my husband and I were really broke, and even before the kids, where we would go out to one of 2 fancy dinners a year. We would go out once for tax time, and we would go once for our anniversary because they were almost 6 months apart. And it would be, okay, we're going to go out and we're going to spend a chunk on dinner, but then we're going to have leftovers for at least 1 to 2 meals each afterwards. And now we go out and we almost have no leftovers, you know, and we're spending probably, I don't know, twice as much on not a fancy dinner. I mean, it's still a sit down, but it's not, you know, seafood in the Midwest, which is always pricier. And I love seafood. Oh man, I don't want to live on a coast, but I want more seafood. It's one of the reasons I want to go to Japan, because they have so much seafood. Do I want to go up the hill? I don't think I want to go up the hill. I think I want to just go over here and do... Did I forget the berries over there? I did. Oops. That's all right. Ooh, Night Bliss is already up to 5, almost 6K. Nice, nice, nice. Because I think my harvesting is up to the max level now, so it helps make gathering that much quicker. But again, we're going to be using more berries to craft now. So never a reason to stop hoarding in this game. Just keep hoarding all the things. Ooh, I've almost got 10K Manasite. Wow. That's something. I have a second save of this. And I think when I first started playing this game, there were some days where I was like too excited to get the shop going to make money that I didn't actually do full circuits of gathering. Even now, I'm still not doing full circuits, but the difference in levels and resources that I've already achieved on that makes me go, ah, I'm going to be in such a better position by the time I get to year 2. Because I don't even remember what part of the year I am. I think I'm still in the first year, though. I don't think I've gotten to winter, so it might be summer or fall. Anyway. Because now every game requires at least 2 saves. Well, maybe not every game. Dreamlight Valley doesn't have 2 saves. And Palia doesn't have 2 saves. Dinkum doesn't have 2 saves. I feel like Dinkum and... I'm not streaming Palia, but like Dinkum and Dreamlight Valley, I think in particular, there's so much to do all the time that... Like, so much, like, little stuff to do all the time that I feel like I'm more comfortable doing those things off stream and kind of saving the bigger things for on stream. I feel like I'm starting to get to that point with this game, but the reason I have 2 saves is because I don't want to get too far ahead of where I'm at, you know? Or, like, where we were, I guess, when I stopped streaming for a bit. I don't know. Maybe it just makes sense to me. Maybe I'm just justifying myself for having multiple saves of games I'm playing. Well, and I had to stop myself yesterday from playing this pretty early because I also needed to film a video for tomorrow, which I did get done. I just need to do all of the voice recording and editing and stuff for it, but I had a good time putting this week's room together. I have a feeling, there's one room I'm not super thrilled about because I'm not sure exactly the direction I want it to go in. And it's the last room on the floor that I'm working on. But I have a feeling that I'm just overthinking it. So once I get going on it, maybe I'll get more excited about doing it. But the other 3 rooms on this floor should be a little bit ridiculous, and I'm kind of into doing that. Because the first room was that throne room that I was sitting in on Thursday's stream at the beginning. And that was a good time. And this week's was a good time. And I'm pretty sure next week's is going to be a good time because it's going to be ridiculous. I can already tell. I already know the stuff that's in the game that I want to use for it. And like the kind of room it is just lends to being a little bit ridiculous. And it's probably going to be stuffed to the gills. I have a feeling it's going to be hard to move around in that room when I'm done, because I know the objects are so big. Oh my goodness. And I got a spoiler. I don't know, do you look at any of the Dreamlight Valley stuff on social media. I'm in a group that's everyone sharing their horses and horse-related stuff. And I saw a spoiler for something. For, like, one of the accessories you could put on your custom horse. And I was like, ah! But also, no, it's a spoiler! It's the danger of being on social media. And of course, because I don't go on Facebook that much right now, just because I just got kind of burnt out on it. And so, of course, I go on there and I get spoiled on an accessory. And a few groups on Discord. Yeah, I feel like it might be a little bit better.
I'm free.
I'll release you.
God, it was so dull in there. Now I'm shiny.
Now she's shiny. I feel like that might be a little bit easier to keep yourself from getting spoiled on stuff. Because Discord's compartmentalized, you know? And Facebook, depending on what you interact with, and considering how limited I've been on Facebook lately, and like I'm really trying to focus in on like non-political, like depressing type content. I'm getting fed a lot of like Dreamlight Valley stuff and, you know, like things that cute things, like being a parent type stuff, you know, like the stuff that I'm just like, okay, I don't need Facebook to thank cards. Like I want it to be an escape, and sometimes it can be really difficult when people are getting so upset about things and wanting to share all that stuff, and I'm just like, I can't take it. Like if I'm going to be participating in news and politics and stuff like that, I can't have it be on a social media site. I have to make it more productive and less emotional. I mean, it's hard to keep it less emotional anyway, but like it can't do it in that space. And so of course I get spoiled on new content because it's what's flooding my algorithm over there. So it's my own fault for even being over there. Okay, is there anything else? Oh, I didn't do castle. I didn't do the castle, but that's okay because, oh, let's go get the white fairy. Because I almost never come up here, and I even thought to myself, I should go up on the bridge again. And I must have looked right past her. Snow. Who have I missed? I missed somebody. Is it the purple fairy? Did I miss the purple fairy? Blah. But yes. You're banned on Facebook? I actually feel less stressed not having... I bet you do. I really don't look at it that often right now, in particular. But my mom is on... Like, my parents are on there, so sometimes it's nice. Like, my mom will share art-related things sometimes. And so... that's nice. I thought about inviting my mom to my Facebook group. I did, because I skipped over, because I went behind the mountain. That's why. I was like, why didn't I get this fairy? And it's because I went up and over, which I don't do all the time. Okay, that makes me feel better. But yeah, I could see it definitely being a stress reliever to not be over there. I'm actually really considering just closing down. I made a Facebook group ages ago when I unified... Well, actually, before I unified the Twitch and YouTube side of things for content creation. So it's still technically affiliated with all of that, but I really don't do much. And the kind of stuff I do over there is the kind of stuff that I would do in Discord. So I've been seriously considering just closing down the Facebook page because I don't really do anything with it. And just anything that I would do there, I would do on Discord instead. Okay, where's my thing? There it is. Come on. Come on, let me have it. There we go. I was like, all right, we'll get our out of bounty. I'm in the castle. And then... because not that I, you know, obsessively use the Facebook group that I've set up for practical eccentric stuff. But it is one of the things I do try to check on just in case anybody's, you know, joining that group or whatever, or liking the page. Just, you know, trying to keep it in my internal checklist of things to pay attention to. It's kind of like Instagram. I have an Instagram as well, and I've thought about closing it down as well and just putting that kind of stuff that I would put on Instagram over there. Because I think most of the stuff that I've either shared on Instagram or the Facebook group have been either art projects that I've worked on, or like my limited gardening adventures, or sharing other content that makes me happy or makes me, you know, feel positive, that kind of thing. Because it's really easy to find negative stuff and get into a negative loop in the social media spheres. And so I like to balance that out by like sharing either things that make me laugh, things that I think are cute, things that I find inspiring, you know, whatever, to kind of bring some balance to that shit, because it's can get so overwhelming. But I might just switch it all over to Discord, so I don't have to think so hard about those other spaces that I don't use very often and I'm not as comfortable in. They're both green? Wait a second. Well, I guess it makes sense that Verdhorns is green. Okay. Anyway, let's open the shop. And then while the shop is doing its thing, let's look at... Oh, before I start spending money, I'm going to pay my bills. I started in the new bookshop that I started doing on my second account. I kept forgetting to pay people, like pay all my bills before I spent all the money on new shelves and books and stuff. And then I would have to wait. I would have to open the shop and make some money and then sit there and go, don't spend it, don't spend it. Okay, now pay your bills, now go. I was getting too excited. Finally got my the scanner for the new save. Is that something you get at level 20? And I'd been just spending money. I hadn't even gotten the second shop opened up because I've just been like going to town on a different layout in that save. All right, gimme. I want this. I should have turned on the fan in here. I didn't think it was going to get that warm, but apparently. All right, I'm also going to have this. I'm currently making sure that my stock is good before I also start spending money on the new crafting. Okay. I usually like to have current stock of at least twice as many as the amount you get in a purchase. It just keeps it simple for my brain to remember. At least theoretically. Some of these seem like I don't know if I just bought way too much at the beginning. I don't know. Nope. Okay. Oh, 30, 32. Okay. And then, let's see, pick up. And, okay. All right. Now, Pet Teddy. Every time I see him, I'm like, oh yeah, and Pet Teddy. Okay, so what I want to get is Buzzy Brewing bottles. Take honey and fruit and make a Buzzy brew. I think I've got 3 shelves, technically. And 6 can fit on it without resizing, would be my assumption, because pretty much all of the crafters are about the same size when you first open the box, and of course you can change them. So I'm gonna go ahead. Oh god, they're 500 a piece. I was hoping they were less than 600, but not. I was hoping for like more or less. Be less 200. No. Okay, because that would be 18. which would be, what, 9,000? I don't want to do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with 4. God, that's so few. I could use the wand, but this won't be too long. Okay, so let's go down and look at it. Oh, I love watching them shop out here. It looks like such a cute little market. I mean, it's not fully decorated, and it definitely looks like someone threw a bunch of crap on out there. Like, my carpets don't go together. Not that I care about that. I actually kind of like the fact that they're all different. But, like, one random candelabra, all of the plants and stuff are different because I was testing out different things that go in the middle. But yeah, I definitely didn't do a... I think my favorite one is this, because it looks nice and full at the top, and then with the vines in the corners, and then I can put different lights inside them so they all glow differently. And then I'm also, you can't really see it in the light, but I put lights underneath so they glow through the bottom of the crate on top of it, and then also that glows below it. And so I really, when I start really deciding, oh crap, I'm sorry, cats. When I start really deciding how I want to organize my produce, I'm going to color coordinate stuff. Okay, so you, and then you. Did I get all the BBs? I think I did. Come here, BBs. Okay. You're like my greeters. All right, BBs. Come here. One more step. One more step. There we go. All right, there we go. But yeah, I really like seeing them all shop out here. And then seeing the little wisps stalking and just bouncing around. Highly satisfying. Oh. And once it goes all the way around the tree, I'm excited about it. Oh, I haven't made an offering today. Okay, so what have I not given? Oh, what have I not given to the monument? I'm not sure. I know I've done milk. I know I have done a fruit. Pretty sure I've done crystal. I know I've done one of those like little collectible things. And some of them give the same kind of stuff. Like, there'll be like an offering of nourishment or an offering of something else. Anyway, there's different kinds of offerings, and they seem to result in the same type of thing, like reward given. Not reward, but like crystal little collectible given. So let me look at my inventory and see, have I done wool? I'm gonna give you an action figure. We'll just see what happens with that. I have no idea. Offering of Joy. I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, excellent, excellent. Ooh, blue crystal. Nice. So we'll go put that in the shop, because I don't think it's on my little shelf. And if I end up getting a second one... Yeah, see, they glow. There we go. But yeah, I think I might add to this too. It's just made out of benches. Anyway. We were going to go craft, and then we got distracted by all the things. Oh, hello. How you doing? And we'll feed the Orling before bed. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to get my fig bar out and not stop moving. And I accidentally hit the space bar. Yield craft draft. Right. This is where I want to put those. Did see someone had stacked theirs. I don't know if I like it though. There's part of me that wants to make them huge because you really only need 8 unless you're making more ore bars in the interim. Because there's only 8 types of ore. I also need to do something about the cheese. I mean, I think they're pretty. And I like how they look in the wall, but also this looks like a mess right now because I put the sign out here and it clips through the wall. I could put a painting over it. But I definitely am going to want to redo the cheese situation at some point. Uh-oh. Got some of the... Oh. I got some of the bar caught in my teeth. So now... like, it's really awkward. Well, not caught in my teeth, but, like, stuck to the side of my teeth. Because it's fig. So it's all sticky. Alright. Put you guys out here. See, I like how the bees look like they would be pollinating and getting stuff from the plants. I don't know. It pleases me. All right. It's a crafting thing. Is it under furniture then? Buzzy. Okay. Okay, what do you look like? We would like to see. Cute. So what is the front? Guess we'll find out. I'll put it in multiple directions just to see what it looks like from, because if it's like the other crafters, it'll have some kind of gauge to let you know if it's full or not. And I can't tell just by looking at it exactly where that is. Okay, so it said fruit and honey. So I'm assuming 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's... Can you leave it plain? Because most of the varieties of crafting, you can leave it plain and then also modify it. They're bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, I only really have room for one more. Okay, so I might go buy one more. Oh, I didn't make enough money. It's okay. All right, so what do I do with the fruit then? Well, we could start with an azure berry and a ghost berry. Can I just leave it plain as well? Azure berry and ghost berry are the only ones. Well, nope, that's not true. Sun apples are also available all year. It was weird. I wasn't expecting to see the numbers adjust while it's probably because the fairy or the wisps are stocking it, you know? Ice rose. Ice rose is winter. I'm surprised they still have over 10k. Interesting. Emberberry, bloodberry. Well, let's go ahead and do an ice rose. Let's leave one plain and see what happens. Ooh. Pretty. Okay. Kind of an orangey red. That's also pretty. Not that I expect them all to be pretty, quite frankly. Considering how pretty all the other things look, my expectations are pretty high. All right. Oh, I meant to leave one. Oh, no, I am going to leave one. I'm going to go get one more from the shop. That's what I'm doing. I was like, wait, oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. I got too excited. It's not. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, woman. Chill. All right. Yeah, if that's the entrance to the new biome, that's going to be interesting. Because it's going to be very different than all the other stuff in this game so far. Like a new location to go. Excited about that. All right. I am buying one more. And I didn't level. It's taken so long to get to level 25, man. Crafting. Brewing. Grab it. And we'll go. Can I zipline while holding a box? The answer is no. Alright, that's fine. Just do it like this. And we'll look at the mountains. And listen to the music. I kind of wish I could put a roof on this. You know? I could also do stuff on top. You know? Doesn't have to stay naked. Put something up there. Okay, it seems like forward. Is the way to go. I was expecting that, or like forward, but like this. It looks like there's a little trough, I guess. I don't know. Receptacle. Although those look like electrical outlets or a face. Or both. Okay, plain honey and see if it does anything. Experimenting. Alright, now I need to go do regular crafting type things. So I need to water you guys. Actually, let's, I feel like this needs its own little table. But for now, just stick it here. It's fine. This. The way he updated the watering, it's hard to tell. I was having things get watered and then things that I thought should have gotten watered that weren't getting watered. So it's a little tricky to tell. Like when I was watering these here, sometimes they weren't all getting watered and I had to go back and double check them. So I don't know if it's because they're layered on top of each other in such a weird way, which is fair. I mean, it was kind of a weird little experiment. But I do like how contained this is, though, because that means in the same amount of space, I could put lots of different plant types. Like if I did boxes all around instead of doing the terrariums and then made this one variety. Because I think the other thing I don't particularly care for is the hodgepodge of colors going on because I did the ether on each of the different plots like I usually do. Like if I could make this all one ether type, I think that would be more satisfying for me. Just what, like aesthetically, you know? But right now, I don't really have the money to just throw at that because I'm trying to save money for a dang expansion. Do I need the money? Yes, I do. Wait a minute. Do I actually need the money for the expansion? Or should I expand the produce? Move the rest of the produce outside and make room for the new fizzy drinks. Maybe that's what I do. Oh, don't forget the honey, because now that we're crafting with honey, we can't not use honey. Okay. Farm experiment. Fruit. Let's look at the fruit. 600. 700. 600. I feel like I was down here and I needed a little bit more. Yeah, the Velvet Frost. A couple of those. And then let's see. We'll work our way up. Sun apple, tiger melon. Okay. Because I still haven't gotten the Fruitworks maxed. I've been making it the longest and the most for every single day. And it's still not maxed. It's going pretty fast. Look how fast it is now, though. And let's see what level it's at. sprout keeping, thread weaving, refining. Where the heck is Fruitworks? Yeah, it's only level 20. Isn't that ridiculous? Like, I feel like I would have to be making 4 times as much jam every single day to have gotten it maxed out by now. But I've got 18 of these things going. So much. I don't need to do fruit. Okay, we got to Tiger Melon. Soulberry. Skydrop. Sea Fallow. That's another row. Sea Fallow. That's the last one I got to. I do like these new brewers. Or not brewers. What are these? Pots? I don't remember what this is called. The jam crafters. You do like they're cute. I like the fact that there's now a little window on them so you can see. I'm sure I'm not alone in enjoying the glowing effects from the different crafters based on what you put in them. Okay. More fruit. Sea Fallow. Scarlet Tip. Nightshade. And Night Blush. Right. And I don't fuss too much about quantity because I already have enough quantity. I would honestly, I might even stop making as much as I make if I had already maxed out the Fruitworks. But I don't know. It's kind of like all the other things in this game where I'm like, oh, eventually I'm going to hit a point where I feel like I've got enough stuff. And then I never seem to hit that point because there's always more stuff. Or the accounting of the fact that most of these berries are only available for 11 days. And then they have to last another 33 days without being able to gather them or craft with them. So I feel like I'm fooling myself by saying, at this point, I'll have enough because I probably won't ever feel that way. It's so silly. But like in the best way. That's getting pretty fast too. Man, I would love to be able to craft with the wool. Craft weapons and armor and stuff out of the metal and the fabric. That'd be awesome. Those are cute with their little bubbles. So cute. Okay, cheese. We're doing cheese next. Milk. I did grow a whole round of just milkweed at one point so I could make sure that I wasn't going to be running myself too thin on the milk. Maybe we could do the cheese on the little shelving situation that I made out there. Because I like the idea, although I feel like it should be inside a building. I feel like making cheese outside doesn't sound particularly... like that sounds kind of gross. It's too warm. The thought of, like, producing dairy product in the sun does not sound appealing. That just sounds like blah. Although now I want some cheese. My husband bought cheese and then realized I had also bought cheese, but I told him that I like having cheese as a snack, particularly when I get home from work when I'm starving and I don't want to eat anything too big. I like having cheese like Colby Jack or Swiss or something like that. And so they had at Costco, they have like this pack of fancy cheeses. They're like little bitty squares. They're sliced into little bitty squares. And there's like 4 different cheeses in there. And it was on sale this last week. So I got some. And then he bought more cheese. And he was like, oh, I forgot that you got cheese. And I'm like, that's all right. Now I won't feel so guilty about eating more cheese. It's fine. We're fine. Not or. Crystal. Okay. looking to see if there's anything that's under 200 units. Lunacite. Go ahead and pop those out. Out of Boundium. Pop those out. Okay. And then Moondrel. Ooh, what is that made from? Is that made from the Dark Lunacite? Yep, I think so. That's 3? I think that's 3 things. Well, and I keep thinking I'm going to get more of these, the crystal crafting things, but they are pricey. One of them is 600, I think, and I can't remember if the other one's like 800. They're really pricey. So I'm being really stingy. And I honestly, I don't really need more than 200 units on any given day. I mean, you don't even really need that many units on any given day, at least not at the size the shop is right now. But like, the shop can get so much bigger than what it is right now. That's what's crazy about it. It's like, it's still not even full-sized. Okay. Lavendrite. I could use that. So let's go ahead and do that one. All right. And that'll be all of them. Actually, what I keep meaning to do, and maybe I will do that once it's done. Leveling. Which one is this? Crystology. It's only at level 14. Look how close it is to getting a... Damn it. Is I might just like get rid of... I think these are the ones that make the little bauble things. And just keep the ones that make the ether. Because I need the ether so much more than I need the little bauble things. And I keep meaning to put... Because I can never remember which ones they are. So I'm like, that's why I get 2 units out and put one in each kind of crafter, because I'm just like, it's too much to think about. And maybe once I'm done leveling, I won't feel like I have to make the baubles as frequently, because they don't sell through and I don't use them as much as I use the other. All right, we're gonna feed you, baby, and then we're gonna end the day, and then we're gonna look at the time, and then we're gonna take a break. So let's grab some stone. So I'd forgotten to feed him for several days, so I had like 30,000 ore. So at the end of the last day I played, I just sat here and fed him like 20,000 stone. It was so ridiculous. When I went down below him, there were so many crates on the ground, because I just throw them when I'm done, because nobody cares. Like, it's just there, and they'll get cleaned up in the night. It's fine. But yeah, I went down and looked, and I was like, holy crap. Too much. It's kind of like when I was experimenting with all the farming stuff and all of the extra furniture I was using to try and get things to either, you know, float or attach to other things so that they could, you know, stay suspended. Oh, no! I didn't mean to do that. Not that it matters. It really doesn't. I just left everything boxed up on the raft so that I didn't have to think about dealing with it. And then it was all put away in the morning, because that's how magical this game is. It just makes experimenting so much easier to just be like, yeah, they'll take care of it. As long as you box it. You know, put it back in a box if you don't want it to be there in the morning. And they'll put it away for you. And we appreciate them dearly for it. I almost wish you could leave offerings for the little gnomes. Like little gifties. Somebody said they wanted to feed Teddy, and I'm also behind that suggestion. Like, yes, I would like to give the bear treats. That sounds amazing. Oop. Okay, too many. But besides him getting bigger and bigger and bigger, which is always entertaining, we also enjoy getting all of the ore out of him. Ore and shards. Awesome. At some point, I'm going to have to stick him, like, near... If I can get close to this edge. Up there somewhere. figure out how to feed him. I also saw something else that I want to try on someone else's stream. And I don't know if I'll get the correct conditions for it, but I definitely want to try it if it comes up. Okay, how much more do I need to feed you? It's so much easier if you remember to feed him. I mean, depends on how much you want to feed him. I like keeping 10,000 stone on me, and I feed him all of the stuff above that. So I have my own little rule of thumb. But that usually means I have several thousand to feed him every day. And if I forget it for, like, just a few days, my finger starts to hurt actually trying to feed him so much at once. So it's just like, okay, don't do that to yourself. He's already a lot taller. Because when I first moved him over here, I was like, I don't know if he's actually tall enough to reach. But he is, so... So silly. Okay. Because I have that one that I threw by accident. So we'll just feed him a little bit extra. And that one will get put away in the night. Wah. There you go, baby. Good for you. You're very intimidating. Just like all the other giant creatures, yeah. It's actually not that bad compared to the day I did, like, 20,000 at once. So much stone. Alright. So I gathered everything that I wanted to gather. I need to take a break. Oh, there we go. So this is the effect of the lights underneath the crates. The one on top only gets the glow from underneath, so it's a little subtle. But then the ones in the middle get the glow from the one that's underneath this crate and then below itself. And then I think the glow that's coming from above is the most effective because even these... I can't remember if I put 2 lights on that one. But I think it looks really cool. And so when I eventually want to do... What I probably will do is do the color coordinated thing. Well, it's so hard to know because I saw somebody who did like a rainbow. So they took like all of their pink things and all of their green things and all of the, like, in the rainbow order. I'm doing it out of order right now, and put them all together, and I thought that looked really pretty. And then somebody else is like, yeah, I organized all of mine by vegetable type because you take the crops and you modify them with ether. So they put all of the same crop types together, and so I'm so torn. Like, I like all the green things together. I think that looks pretty satisfying. So I have a sense that I might do rainbow, even though that means the crops are all mixed up. And then of course we have that where they're just a rainbow in and of themselves. Look how pretty those look. Purple. With a glow, like a blue glow, or like a pink underneath of it. Ooh, I want to try a pink under there. But anyway. I got some of the crafting going on. Which means I'm gonna need shelves. I have shelves. Ooh, look at that one. Just that. Dark Luna bulb. So that's made with the Dark Lunacite ether. Super satisfying. Excited to see some lights on some of those for sure to make them glow. But I love how the vines look on the sides. It just makes it look like something's growing up out of the center and over the edge. I just love that. Anyway. Okay. I need to take a break. So, do I need to do anything else before bed? I think I'm fine. I think we're good. So I'm gonna go do that. There we go. Summer. And then, look at the window. It's a nice day in summer. Oh. No music in the pause menu. That's actually super helpful. So, I'm going to take my break. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to get a fresh beverage probably and some cheese. And yeah, don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, all of the things no matter what platform you're on if you're having a good time. If you're not here when I get back, have a lovely day, night, time. If you are, thank you so much. I will see you in a few minutes. We survived the break. All right. What do I want to focus on today? I want to focus on the produce stuff. And also getting the new product in the shop. That's what I want to focus on today. Okay, good. Breaks are good, but they also make me go, wait, what was I doing? Okay. Is anybody here today? Oh, the wandering guy is here today. I'm not going to go after him. I think somebody said you can actually reach him if you try, but I believe he doesn't do anything, so I'm not going to go after him. No Verdhorn. No Ruby. No Octopop. One of the Golem guys is here. Let's check and make sure there is no dragon over here, though. Am I still riding my rock? Oh, I took my rock off. I don't know where I left it. I hit the button frequently and lose my mounts. Okay, no. What's his name? Rebus? Regus? Something. I can't remember. There's a black dragon. Okay. So, let's go talk to the rock dude. Because I believe he gives me mining. Hello. Okay. I have to get so close to you. There we go. Star Shard is found where wishes fell in stage. It hums with what might be, not what was. Hold it close and speak nothing. Increased profit and increased mining. Exactly. Alright. This is why I'm moving so slow, because I left my mount somewhere. Alright. Level 24. Will I get to level 25 today? I think I'm more excited about the 4th cashier than I am about the upgrade. Okay. So I probably need a bunch of risers. Probably need a bunch of benches too. Alright, well let's go ahead and go in and grab, well, we'll pet Teddy and then do this. And then we'll pay our bills. And then decoration? Well, let's go ahead and get a bunch of these. I'm not even thinking. I'm just gonna get to 500. There we go. 17.5. And then we'll pick up the wand and we'll store all of this stuff. Okay. That. And then we'll buy a whole bunch of risers. I don't need to buy quite as many. The benches are so versatile that I don't mind if I end up with way too many. I probably don't have enough for what I want to do with them, but for now. How many do I need? I don't know, like 10? Yeah, let's stay with 10 for now. Oh. Because you can accidentally, I could accidentally get that stuff in the background, and that is absolutely not what I want to do. So, now I want to go out here. How many do I need? I've got 3. I've got at least 2 more platforms worth of produce. Well, that'll make my day-to-day fairly simple as far as getting that done. Let's build this direction a little bit. Do I want to go a little bit wider over here? Maybe. Okay. Well, let's get a... I'm not going to do it in the grass. If I do it in the grass, I might lose it. It's not as bad as sometimes you could lose them underneath platforms. You get them back the next day, but... Ooh, look how pretty the fizzy buzz stuff. Soda. That's what it is. Looks. Okay. I'm gonna need at least 2. It's a little bit closer to the tree than I'd like it to be. So let's just, let's see. I want it to have at least a little bit of overlap, maybe there. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boards. Can I see it from this angle? It's not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, almost. Okay. Okay. Line up with this darker line. Hopefully. There. Okay, and then I think I can do a second one straight off that side. Okay. And then we can start to curve around on the back side of the tree when we do some more. Because I want it to be kind of close to the path, but not, it doesn't have to be right on the path. This is pretty close up here, but that's okay. So now, benches. Nah, that's not how you spell benches. Excuse me. There we go. And then how did I do that? Kind of right next to each other. Maybe one more? Is it like that? It's got a little bit more of a gap than that. Maybe it is like this. Okay. Good, good, good. Alright, I don't need to go all the way just because I know all of my stuff is unfinished here so far. Just because it's kind of a tedious process getting things to line up and all of that. So I just want to make sure that there's at least some access around that side. Let's see. We'll see. So my son has gotten, he's got a typewriter and he has gotten back into using it again. And it's right above me. Like it's right up there. And so he's like, and then yesterday, I don't know what he was doing, but I don't know if he's actually typing anything or if he's just pretending to type furiously, because it went from like relatively normal sounding typing to just like this furious constant sound. And I'm like, dude, you need to stop. And he's like, well, I'm using my typewriter. And I'm like, I get that, but it sounds like you're trying to summon a herd of elephants. It's ridiculous. And we just got him a replacement. Is that it? Yep. We just got him a replacement typewriter ribbon, so... So I don't know if he's trying to use up his old ribbon. I don't know why he has just gotten on this kick. But it does. It sounds like he is just, like, trying to break the typewriter. It's crazy. Is it all the way under like that, or is it one more out? Does it matter? Am I overthinking things? Probably. I'm gonna have to do some weird overlap there, but that's okay. I want to out one. That almost looks too far. Yeah, I need it back one more, I think. That. And then that means this needs to scooch. Just a little bit. But it's fine. Grass is clipping through it anyway, so who cares? We can't have it be perfect. So we'll just cope with it being weird. And then we'll go get the produce stuff and move it out here. And then we'll put up some new shelving for the new drinks. And instead of fussing about the next expansion, because now that I've moved all the produce outside, it's made the inside of the shop feel a little less chaotic. And so I think we'll be able to cope with the addition of the drinks without needing more space for the drinks. Now, eventually, when I can expand the shop more, I wouldn't mind making like little rooms. Like I'd love to have like a cheese room and a drink room and a crystal room and things like that, and like really create different little spaces. But we're not there yet, you know? It's not the life we're living yet. We're living a life of hodgepodge and just kind of figure some stuff out. And that's fun in its own way. And that's probably good enough for today. So, let's go. BBs! Hello. I didn't even mean to put the big one in the middle and then all the other ones like around him. I didn't even intend to do that. I was just trying to get him to face the road. I love stuff like that where it just kind of works out. Alright. And we're not going to fuss with the decoration. We're just going to stick these things out here. Except for maybe a carpet. To make it a little less... Oh, I was using the things in the middle to create... Like, to figure out where the centers were. But that's okay. We'll be okay. My husband had soup for lunch, but he said he got enough soup for both of us. So I might have to have soup after. It's fine. I also need to buy a lot more of those corner vines. Because I really do like how they make the sides look. For something so simple, you know? Excellent. Good enough. And unfortunately, we do not have a third one for this one, so maybe we'll just do a little... Should we do it back to back? Maybe I'll just do it back to back. I like how they look in sets of 3, though. I think it looks really cute. Alright. You know what I could do? Nope. Instead, because I'm sure I still have them. Stand? Is it under the word stand? Is it under the word produce? Well, you could even do rings, bigger rings. It's cute. Okay. We're not thinking about potential changing of how it looks right now. We're just doing what we're doing right now. Okay. Nope. Good enough. Now, what is that? Heart gleam. Actually, you know what? There's an easier way. Don't make it too complicated. And then we'll do this, and we'll do that. And then we'll just... Uh-oh, my little prompts went away. Where did they go? Like, my directions, my button directions. I don't know how where they went. All right, so then the next thing is... We'll go to produce, and we'll look for things with the number 0. And that is how we will do that. Oh, I'm a little too close. Oh no. 5 and... where's the last one? I didn't grab 6 yet, did I? Oh, nope, there it is. Okay. We'll just pitch that over there. Nobody will know when they're shopping today that there's a mess. They'll just understand that some days are just a little bit more chaotic. Restocking day is a little bit more chaotic. Oh no. Okay. So fast. Like a restocking ninja. There we go. And then it'll still be in that cute little triangle shape. All right. Fairly easy to accomplish. Now, what was I doing besides that? Do I want to go ahead and buy some more of the fizzy stuff? I do. Let's go ahead and buy 10 of them. And we'll just cope with the fact that we're just committing. We're committing to not having enough money for the upgrade. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then we'll do this. Do this. Okay. Good, good, good. And then, but if I get to level 25 today, I can get my fourth cashier. And we can start putting fizzy drinks in here. So how many fizzy drinks do I have? That's a shelf situation. Is it all under Buzz? Can I do this? Okay. Classic Buzz. Good to know. So I've got 5 right now. which means I need 2 shelves, really. So let's go to furniture. Let's go to shelf. And let's do a tall shelf. Look how many small shelves I have. It's ridiculous. You know what? I'm just going to go ahead and go do 2 of these. Because after today, I will have more. Oh, wrong game. I will have more to put on it. How far out do I have those from the wall over there? I want to go look. Not that it matters. Blah. So much jam. Okay, it's like embedded in there. That's about right. All right. So now I need all of the buzz stuff. Let's do this gun. Get pretty. All right. Now I need to do math. Let's do some math. Let's see, this is 8.66. Okay. No, why? 935. Confirm. 9.46 times 1.08. 1021. Confirm. All right. 1090. 5.84. Okay. And 1029. Oh. All right. All of the new prices are set. All of the produce is now outside. We can go ahead and clean up this mess a little bit because it is inside the shop and is not as easy for me to go, yeah, it's fine. Yeah. All right. Then we'll go do our little collection loop. We'll get up, the shop opened, and then we'll go finish setting up the rest of the Buzzy Brewing stuff that I bought. And then we'll see where we are time-wise. So, normal loop stuff. I need a mount. Because I'm going way too slow. Yep, frog it is. You here again? 2 days in a row, it's crazy. Where are my fairies? Oh, they're there. I was like, wait a second. I should have fairies. Oh, I should give one of the new Buzzy Brew things to the monument and see what happens. I should have done that. Well, I wonder if I have other. I feel like I've given it milk. I can't remember if I've given it cheese. What else is there? I don't know if I've given it. I feel like I've given it ore, but I don't know if I've or. What's the difference in the name? Ore versus refined. Okay. Ingot, essentially. So I'll have to... maybe try a refined ore and see what happens. I have a feeling it's going to be the same as the regular ore. But we'll find out. If I was smart, I would have been more methodical in my gift giving, but I was not thinking about that. I was like, ooh, give it something. And then I was like, ooh, give it something different. And then, and that's where it all just, you know, kind of went to hell as far as keeping track. I suppose that's one of those things I could just go look at the wiki. Like, I don't know if I need to put every single type of type of product in there to see what the differences are. And I'm sure somebody has done it, you know? That definitely is one of those kind of things that somebody has done. Somebody already had posted, and I didn't look at it because I usually try and like to figure out recipes by myself, at least at first in Dreamlight Valley. But somebody's already got all the recipes for Wish Blossom Ranch out on a post. And I'm just like, that DLC has been out for like, when did I see that? Was that yesterday? Oh, how are you here? Come with me. Come with me. Okay. Oh, I could do this while I'm down here. I could test to see. I know somebody was doing something with the chickens, but I want to see if I can do it with the ducks too. Also, has it been a minute since I've named any of you? Maybe I could name you. Ruth. I keep trying to name them every once in a while, and eventually I think I will have them all named. Except for the big ones, the ones that have their own unique names. Those are the ones I'm not going to rename. Alright, we'll name you Douglas. There, I've named 2 of you. I do not care. Masculine, feminine, and who might lay eggs. Don't care. Oh, there's Iris. There, we named a couple of ducks. I think yesterday I named a crab. But like tornadoes, always going to be a tornado. I love how fast that goes now. It's so nice. Hello. I'll be with you in a second, sir. In the court of Velmorath, there served a general who could crush cities with a whisper. He wore no armor, only words, and wielded laughter like a blade. But he feared mirrors, not for vanity, but because they remembered who he used to be. In the end, he shattered one, and saw not a villain, but a child who had lost his voice. Thank you. Sometimes the cruelest ones were broken first. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I saw, there's a lot of positive reviews for this game, and I think for the people that like this kind of game and are going to be into this kind of game, it's going to scratch an itch that's going to be, you know, just right for them. But then, of course, you're always going to get people who it's not their kind of game, it's not for them. And honestly, not every game is for everybody. There's a lot of games I don't play. There's a lot of games that I don't want to play, and there's a lot of the gameplay types that I don't want to play. I like a variety of games, and this isn't the only style of game that I enjoy. But I'm also like, if it's not for me, it's not for me, and that's fine. But sometimes people are kind of nasty in their reviews, and it's like, really? You took the time to be nasty? You could have just been like, hey, this game wasn't for me. If you're looking for XYZ in a kind of game, this isn't that game. And that's fine, because it's not, this game is not every kind of simulator game. It's not every kind of shop game. It's not, you know, and it's not going to be for everybody. But there's no reason to be mean. But somebody picked on the stories that the giant visitors say, and I was like, I really like them. Like, I'm sorry it's not your cup of tea, but like, I actually really like the little, you know, things that the big visitors say. I think they're very fitting, and I think they're you know, they fit the vibe of the game very well. But again, I feel like if it's not the game for you, then none of it's going to appeal to you. Like you're obviously going to be looking at it through a lens of you're not into it, and that's fine. There's just no reason to be nasty. Like, especially, you know, when it's like such a chill little game and like it's got so much heart. Like, just seems like you're just trying to be mean. Like, why do you need to be mean? The safety of the keyboard? Like, really? I guess to each their own. You can do whatever you'd like, but those are the choices we make that shape the world around us, I guess. I hope your daily life is fine. I hope there's someone out there that you are nice to, you know? But yeah, I like Umbrau's stories. And the other visitors, too. Are they the most, like, I don't know, immaculate writings ever written? No, but I can't, you know, like, I'd be hard-pressed to write better. I'm not a writer. That's the other thing I think that I get, like, kind of like, why would we be so mean? Is like, are you a game developer? Are you a writer? Are you an artist that's doing something in the field that you're criticizing at all? Like, and if you aren't, then maybe you should just like tone it down. Like, chill out. That's why I give a lot of grace for a lot of stuff, because I don't make that stuff and I don't know what it takes to like put myself out there in that way and know the things that it takes to know how to make those things. Like, things are a lot more complicated than what people think they are most of the time, especially if they don't work in that field. And then if you are working in that field and you're being that nasty, it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know if you should be like that. To each their own, though, I suppose. I will balance it out by not being mean and nasty, and by trying to remember that not everything is for everybody. So if I don't like a particular thing, then that must mean it's just not meant for me. Or meant for me in its current state, especially like early access shit. Like, come on, guys. All right. Enough a little soapbox me. I was thinking about that when I was listening to, or reading Umbrau's story out loud. I was just like, oh yeah, I remember somebody picking on that. Well, I like it. You don't have to like it, but I do. So fast now. So satisfying. It still takes so long to do everything because there's so much. It's kind of funny. You start this game and you're like, can I go over there? What can I do? And then, you know, you get a year into the game and you're like, there's tons to do. I have to get everywhere. I would like to... Is he writing a novel up there? I wonder if there'd be a way to, like, help muffle that sound. Because typewriters, you know, they're made of metal for much of their components. And then also, like, just the act of typing is not quiet in and of itself. Especially on this particular typewriter. Some are a little bit more quiet. Like, the more modern typewriters. But, like, can I put, like, a pad under it? Like a pillow or something that it sits on, it muffles the sound. Like, good lord. Without making it unstable, you know? Ugh. Stupid nose. I'm not looking forward to freezing weather, but I am so looking forward to some of the pollen and crap getting frozen. Oh my god. Oh, and so this whole last week, when I would take my little one out for the bus, I was starting to pull up all of the Halloween decorations. So like tombstones, skeleton parts, just all the decor that was still out there. And it would, you know, like 5 minutes a day. Pretty much got most of it pulled up. And then I came home, I don't know, Thursday, something like that. And my oldest had pulled all the rest of it out and had put it up by the house. And the idea was to get it all pulled up out of the house or out of the yard so that on Friday, or no, Saturday and Sunday this week, like today and yesterday, I could get it all packed up. And that way it wasn't all at once and exhausting, because sometimes it can be that way. And then being out in the yard and stirring up crap. But it rained. So then I had to spread everything out in the yard again to get it to dry out. Supposedly, I think it's sunny right now, and it was sunny yesterday. So supposedly, it was sunny enough to help dry it all out. But I might have to pull it all into the garage and let it, like, air dry some more. So I'm really not thrilled about that. And I knew the rain was going to come. And actually, I think my original plan was to leave the stuff that I had left in the yard until after the rain, because that way it wouldn't be, like, sitting on the ground collecting water in the recesses of the different pieces. And then I came home and my son had pulled it all out, and he was trying to be helpful, so I didn't say anything, but I was just like, damn it. Like, I had a plan. Like, really appreciate you trying to be helpful. Of course, he was trying to earn money because he had something he wanted to buy, and he needed like $4. So he's like, I'll help do this, I'll help do that. One of the things he wants to help do is rake the leaves, and I'm like, dude, I don't rake the leaves anymore. The only reason the leaves get raked in the yard is if you and your brother and some of the neighbor kids want to jump in leaves in our yard. That's the only reason. Otherwise, I let them die and I mow them so they break down into, you know, stuff for the ecosystem of the yard, you know. And, like, so I wouldn't pay you to do that because I don't want it done in the first place. The year you guys stop caring about a leaf pile, like, that'll be fine with me. But the Halloween stuff, I don't mind him helping me put away. But oh well, the best intentions, right? It'd be nice if I go out there after stream today and everything is mostly dried out. Because I don't want to pack anything while it's wet. So my rule of thumb is to get the decorations down before the next holiday. And since the next holiday is on Thursday, I really want that stuff out of my yard. Not that we decorate for Thanksgiving or anything. It's just technically Halloween will be done by then. You know, it's kind of like Christmas stuff doesn't go up in our house until after Thanksgiving, and then it has to come down before Valentine's Day. Now, you could argue that New Year's is its own day, but a lot of people leave holiday-related stuff up for New Year's just because they're so close together. And I don't want to be doing extra cleanup during that week in between. No thanks. So the goal is before Valentine's Day, which gives me a huge window. And I do that on purpose because I don't want pressure. I don't need extra pressure during the holiday season. No thanks. You do you if that's what you want to do, but... And Christmas is such a big production just all around. If Christmas decorations last 2 months in this house, I don't care. Judge me if you want. But I don't care. I've been doing it that way, and honestly, it usually comes down mid-January. Like, probably about 2 weeks in. But some years it's gone a lot later. Just depends on what's going on. You know, if it's a relatively chill year and things are relatively not stressful, fine. You can come down earlier. If it's not freezing cold and I'm, you know, not sick, You know, things that can happen in the winter. You might come down earlier, but if like family's in the hospital or there's like a surgery scheduled or, you know, work is extra stressful or the kids have been home from school because of snow days for half of January, yeah, it might take me a little bit longer because I'm a little bit more stressed out and tired. And you're not invited to my house at that time anyway, so what do you care? And even if you were, probably wouldn't be coming to my house very often if you were judging me in that way. You know what I mean? Like, I know some people don't have a choice because it's like their parent or sibling or whatever that is the one that judges you for whatever they think you should be doing and you're not or whatever. Fortunately, I really don't have that situation. And even if they are judging me, they're at least not saying anything to my face, so. Probably because I would look at him and go, it's my house. I'm old enough now to be like, yep, this is it. This is who I am. I feel like if we didn't spend as much time caring about a lot of that stuff, that things might be a little bit more peaceful in the world. Put so much pressure on each other and on ourselves. It's like, why? Over things that aren't as important. Like, there's life or death stuff going on. Do you really care if my tree is up on January 30th? Like, really? Some people do. I'm amazed how many people are still, like, doing stuff like that. Like, care about stuff like that. Or, like, I watched, somebody talking about the new Starbucks teddy bear cup that they made a huge to-do about. And just, like, the people that still, like, give a crap about that kind of stuff. And then, of course, they did this scarcity thing where they didn't really give that many. They didn't put limitation on how many people could buy, and they didn't limit whether or not their staff could purchase them before, you know, customers could get to them. And then, you know, of course, people were freaking out. Whether or not they were freaking out because they actually genuinely wanted to collect the cup or because they wanted to resell the cup and that's how they make money or whatever. And I was just like, man, it has been so long since I have given a crap about anything like that, that it's just astounding to me how many people are still doing that kind of thing. It's just like, wow. And if it's your jam, okay, I can't relate to it, so it's really hard for me to understand why people would lose their minds on each other and on staff and stuff like that, especially when there's, like, actual serious stuff surrounding Starbucks right now, where it's just like, I don't know if I'd be focusing on this cup. There's some other stuff going on, like real world, like real life stuff. And then the other thing is, you know, people pointing out that Starbucks doesn't care if that people are mad or people are upset or whatever. And then they can apologize. That's another marketing tactic, right? The apology tour. Oh, we're so sorry that people are so upset that there wasn't enough. Knowing that there wasn't enough before they even, you know, made the advertisement, announced the thing. It's not like they couldn't know that. And then, what was the other thing? Oh, the first thought I had was, and they don't even have to continue marketing it because all of those videos of people fighting each other over it, that's free marketing. It creates the vibe, like the, not vibe, buzz, there we go, that's the word, around it. And it's just like, how much money do they save on marketing because people are filming videos of each other fighting inside Starbucks to get this cup? Because that's what it is. It's like the worst kind of marketing, but it's free marketing for them. Because if people weren't losing their minds, I probably never would have even known about it. I'm not a Starbucks fan anyway. Less so because of stuff like this. But also because I grew up going to a coffee shop in the 90s that was owned by just a couple. And I remember when like those kind of coffee shops were becoming more and more rare. There's been a few that have sprung up in the last, I don't know, 5-10 years. And I'm like, okay, good. It's nice to know that there are still like regular coffee shops run by regular people that I remember as a teenager hating like Starbucks like expanding. It's like it felt like the corporation was taking over the small shops, and it's like, man, like small like personally owned coffee shops are such a vibe, and to make it feel like it went kind of, you know, mainstream and corporate and just be taken over, it was just like, it gave me the ick, you know. And I've consumed more Starbucks, you know, in the last, I don't know, 10 years because of convenience than teenage me would have ever believed that I could, because I was so against it when it first happened. Of course, that was back when I was like, you know, angsty teenager. But yeah, stuff like that. And it's not just Starbucks. It's, you know, a lot of big business. I hate marketing. I hate that it works. You know, there's a lot of things I really don't like about it. And it's kind of one of those necessary evil things because people need to know about stuff that might be relevant to their lives and help solve problems for them. Like, it's a struggle I have in content creation where it's like, I don't know, like there's a fine line for me to create titles and thumbnails that feel like not like I'm trying to coerce people to spend time here. But also, like, I want to say, hey, I'm here. And hey, if you hang out and like it here, then cool. Welcome. But it's just such a love-hate relationship. It's kind of like, I feel like I might have talked about this before, but like when Bic pens first came around and they were priced super, super cheap because they were, and this is probably, it's probably not just Bic pens, but I remember this specifically from school. And they priced them really, really cheap because they really didn't take a lot to manufacture. It was a really inexpensive writing tool and people wouldn't buy them. And because they thought they were too cheap, and too cheap must mean they don't work very well. So they raised the price and people bought them, which of course, you know, fed the wolves essentially. You train the business that you can make more money by not doing anything but making it seem like, using the price to make it seem like it's a better value. It's just, it's painful to know that that works, because it's just become, you know, it's just expanded over time how much it costs to actually make things versus, and sell them, not just make them, but also sell them, because there are components to selling things in addition to just the manufacturing. Like there's additional costs to having a store and having, you know, people who run the store, and like there's things. It's not just it costs 10 cents to make, it also costs money to ship things and stuff like that. But it's also probably still got a huge margin on it where it's like, you know, this probably could be cheaper. and you know, but how cheap can you make it before people start going, oh, it's too cheap, I don't trust it. There's like other psychological things that businesses and marketing use to get people to pay attention. Hooks, you know? And a lot of it just gives me the ick. Because it feels manipulative. I know it isn't always, but it feels that way. Or it can be used that way. And I think that's where I have like a love-hate thing with it. I don't know why I got on this soapbox. Oh, because of that stupid bear cup. But yeah, I'm so far removed from caring about limited edition collectibles and stuff anymore that it's kind of weird to see people still doing that. Kind of like I don't miss all the horrible Black Friday videos. I feel like Black Friday has chilled out since the pandemic because a lot more businesses do sales close to Black Friday instead of just on Black Friday anymore. And I'm glad for that. But that's Black Friday used to be, I would not leave my home. I still try not to leave my home on Black Friday unless I absolutely have to. Just because I don't want to deal with any of that. I don't want to deal with any people being nasty over presents, you know, or deals deals because they can't afford things during other times of the year. It may not even just be presents. It might be just because that might be the best time for them to replace a major appliance or something like that. But people get real nasty, and there's just too many people. Maybe not anymore, but there used to be. I remember seeing footage of some really bad Black Fridays, and I was just like, wow. Makes my heart hurt. All right. Is that it? We did the full circuit? Okay. So while this is going on, I'm going to go make more stuff. Oh, I meant to grab that. This zip line. I've learned, though, that going to this zip line, I don't know if it's because it's further away or not. It goes super fast. Like, I try to go to that one and disengage, like, close to the raft, and I'm just, like, already past it by the time I even register. I should be disengaging from the zip line. Okay, these are all ready to pick. That's nice. But we're gonna do the brew first. The buzz. You know, the thing. Buzzy brewing bottle. Can I actually get you up there without having to do anything weird? Probably not. Can I get up there? Okay. Well, let's do the bottom row first then. Of course, I am Tangent Woman, so however I got talking about that, and how I even got to, like, the Starbucks Bear Cup thing, I don't even... Tangents. Brains are weird. You know, all the things. This doesn't have to be perfect. They can just go down here. So eventually, I wouldn't mind having kind of a one-to-one brewer, like these things and these things for fruit. I actually don't know how much fruit, different fruit varieties there are. Okay, do I have anything I can use? I have benches. That should help. Okay. All right. Oh. Oh, that's right. I put a chandelier in here because it was so dark at night. It's hard to see. Oh, they all fell off. Damn it. I thought it was a risk doing all 5 at once because they start to pop around, you know? Hopefully none of them, like, disappeared under stuff. Oh, because I was talking about decorations and then judgment and then got into, like, caring about some of that stuff. Where it's like, I'm surprised how many people still care about this stuff. I mean, I am and I'm not. Like, I feel like it's kind of part of people. Not the part that I like, but, like, it's just kind of something that is a thing. But I'm so far removed from being that kind of person that it's just wild to see it sometimes. So I'm just like, wow. Okay, I have 15 now. I've already done Azure Berry, so I'm going to skip it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That gets us to Ghostberry, which I've already done. Not that it matters. Can I not get that from here? Okay. Oh, if you put the fruit in first, it doesn't do anything. Interesting. It's interesting. It requires honey. 100%. But I like the fact that you can put in the fruit first. Okay, so that got us to Ghostberry. So now we'll do 1, 2. Did I do ice rose before? I think I did. 1, 2, 3. What would have been the 5th one? Because plain was sun apple was the 4th one of the fruits, and then I just did a plain. So that was heart gleam and honey crayon. So we'll do Luna Bright, Mellow Spike, and Meyerberry. Okay. Don't. I hate it when I've only done it once, but I hate it when I accidentally put something in the pit of destruction. There we go. I was like, wait. Okay, so we got to Meyerberry. Shade. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I got to Sea Fallow, which leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 6 varieties I have not done yet. I'm gonna need another room, I think, when I finally... So I'll probably build this direction out there. And now I need 15 honey. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. A little chaotic, that's fine. So this is 15. And then I did 4 on the first day, plus the plain. And then I had 6 that I have not done yet, which is 10 total for fruit. So it's 25 fruit plus the plain. So if I wanted to make 1 of everything every day, I would need 26 of these. But only 25 for the jam makers. Interesting. And if I do another wall and did these out there, I would only need 7 more jam pots. I'm gonna have to think about that. What's this? Oh, it's my bench. Okay, but those are all going, so that's very, very nice. And that's the end of the business day. I got to 15K. Not too shabby. Look how much stone I got because of the golem guy being here. Crazy. But yeah, I try not to watch too much content related to stuff like overconsumption type stuff because it does make me just kind of sad and frustrated, and like it makes me feel better about the fact that I'm not living that way, but also it's just like it, you know, it brings up a lot of feelings, and I don't like living in that space feeling like, because that's just observing the information and like what's going on and not doing anything about it, which isn't always the best place to be because it makes you feel overwhelmed. Oh, is this what? Why isn't this ready to go? Can I? Oh, there we go. Okay, so this does create some issues when trying to harvest. Not terribly surprising. And the honey. Excuse me. There we go. It's like, stop wiggling. It does make it tricky having the angles. Days until harvest. It's not ready. What is that? Emerald leaf. Okay. Oh! Where are we at? Time-wise. Oh, good. I can justify another day. This is not ready to harvest. That's why. Okay, but I can't take too long. What do I have as far as seeds go? Okay, so I have 10, 20, 30, 40. I could just do milkweed and sundew. What? Oh, you have to hold it down. One, two, three, four. Oh. I was like, wait, why is this not filling up? Because it didn't have 6 seeds. That's why. Excuse me? Did I get all of them filled up? I think so. It swear to God, it feels like he's writing a novel up there. And we'll just drop it there because I don't care enough. It'll get put away. I also thought about making each crop get more at a time instead of doing 10, because that is what I need to make at least one of each ether variant in a day. Like if I did this, I could do 4 of them around, or even more if I really wanted to. You know, there's some things I could do, but then it's a math problem. Kind of like the jam needing 25 crafters, but then the buzz needing 26 if I want to make at least one of each every day. Or one of each every day, I should say. It's not at least one, it is one. And how that doesn't math, especially when you can only put 5 on a shelf on one side and 6 on... I mean, I could resize them. Overthinking. Welcome. Welcome to my crash course in overthinking. Okay, looking at stuff. Okay, we're doing all right. All right. So, ether. Trying to keep track. Nope. I was a little worried because sometimes it seems like it's like the longer you hold your button down, the more likely you are to try and put more than one. Yeah, already placed the maximum. Like it's like almost like I double clicked when I didn't. And I was worried that it would like accidentally fill this one and this one. Some stuff like that, you know, because of the angle. Hasn't seemed to do that so far. Doesn't mean it's not possible, just haven't actually had it occur yet. The solution could be just to fill the big one first, but I like to try and push it to see. See if I can make things screw up. Alright, we'll do this and then we'll water things. Oh, I'm so looking forward to this next week only being a 3-day work week. Oh my gosh, I'm so ready. I've got stuff I want to do. Stuff that I have to do. Ugh. Just nice to have the time to do it, you know? Why does it seem like I didn't have... Oh, I know why. Okay. Because I was miscounting. That's why. Okay. Good job. Seeds. We don't need to worry about seeds. Level 29 of sprout keeping. They all have clouds, looks like. But you guys all got clouds, looks like. Okay, those all look good. Okay, those are looking okay. Looking okay. Alright. Alright, that's outside stuff done. Jam, wool. How close am I to getting, thread weaving up? Let's see. J. Tending is maxed. Fruit works is beekeeping. I really could use some more beehives. Mining is maxed. Refining is the refined ore. Thread weaving is only level 19. Lactomancy. Okay, it's fine. We'll just keep on keeping on. Because I could get more spinning wheels to make it go faster, but also I don't need to. Like, I don't need to do that. It's fine. Fruit. Fruta. That is not how things work. That's not how you do that. Oh. Okay. Amber Burst. Peach. Frostgleam. Okay, got us to Frostgleam. That counted as restocking? Ghostberry. Mireberry. Ooh, I'm getting quite a bit done. All right, well, let's go back up to the top and start with the 700 stuff. Oh, Lord. Whoa, whoa! What just happened? Okay. Azure Berry. Hold the phone. Yeah, it's like I accidentally grabbed the this and spun it. It looked like, you know, one of those secret walls where there's like a little lever and the whole wall flips around and then it's still like, it looks like nothing has changed but the people disappeared. Anyway, what are those, like, secret turntables? Not turntables, but you know what I mean. That's what it reminded me of. Because it went from the jam makers to the buzzy brewers. As I was spinning it around and around. It's funny. Alright. Okay. So I got to Azure Berry. Bloodberry. Nope, I've already done Emberberry. I've already done Fey Peach. I've already done Frostgleam. Already did Ghostberry. Heartgleam. And Honeycran. Don't look at the seams. They're up there all glitching out. Don't look at them. My eye keeps going like to the side. Okay. It's fine. Uh-oh. Did I mix and match my berries? Maybe. It's alright. It'll all sort itself out in the end. That's what the bag of holding is for. Okay. Milk. Okay. I like the bubbles. I just had to stop and look at it for a second. Oh, I don't want to do laundry later. That's on my list to do stuff after. Meh. It's fine. But also meh. I never want to do laundry. Just never want to deal with it, you know? Well, I need to get my husband to clear out some of his closet because I stopped putting his hang-up stuff away for him when I fold the laundry, or like, because I usually like to put things in the closet right away, and his stuff is so full right now. I'm just like, you find a place for it. I don't want to deal with your closet side. Crystal. Okay, what's the lowest? Lunacite. Out of Boundium. Fernbright. And I saw another one that was like 2.0 something, right? 207, Blue Sky. There we go. Nice. Thank you. Thank you, things that are slow to level, actually leveling occasionally and making me feel like I'm not just like rubbing two sticks together trying to start a fire indefinitely. Like, please, something happen. Some of these take so much longer to level than other things. And that's fine. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just like, sometimes when it takes a while to level, it's just like, am I actually making progress? Please tell me. Okay, all of that's done. All of that's done. All of that's done. Okay? Now let's go. Oh, I need to feed my friend over here. I'll call him Spike. Is that 2 on the nose? Hey, everyone. How y'all doing? Oh, that reminds me. I have not. Did I do... I've done a weapon. Have I done the ether? Have I done scale? I feel like I did scale. Maybe a book? I don't know if I've done a book. Offering of knowledge. It was a nice magical sound. I have one of these, right? Oh, I don't. Well, excellent. Nice. All right. And hello. I pet you. And what do I need to do in here? I did not make level 25. God dang it. Okay. Did I not sell any of those? Like one, maybe. Oh, okay. 15 is the max, I think. So I've sold like a few, which is fine. That was one of the things I saw. Some people don't use the multiplier to maximize the sale price, but some people were saying that they do that so that people theoretically will buy less stuff at once, which means you don't have to stock as frequently. And honestly, I could see that's part of the reason I did it. Part of it's also because I enjoy math and I don't mind doing that kind of thing. But a lot of people will either reduce their price or just set it at the market price. And I wonder if stuff sells faster because, like, I was looking, this morning, yesterday, whenever, to replace stock and realizing that I don't have too much to replace. It's like, am I actually selling some of this stuff? Because as I put stuff out, like here, is like, because some of it was produce, and I'm going, are they actually buying it, or can they not reach certain products? But I think they're just maybe buying less at a, when they shop, because they're spending more on the stuff they're buying. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm not explaining that well, but maybe I am. I don't know. I always try and overthink everything. All right, Potion of Magic. Need to buy one of those. I need to buy a Rust Bite. Okay, we're good there. Well, and some of these still have a lot of stock from the last time, like when I was still buying things in lots of bulk. Don't really need to do that. 24, 15, okay. Yeah, like some of these are things I grow. That's why there's a lot more. They aren't things I buy, they're things I grow. Okay. $32, $24, $48, $24. That should be 96. No, wait, that's not true, because if they're in here, they're things I purchase. Huh, interesting. Okay, so, yeah, okay, maybe I shouldn't play another day. My brain is too tired because I'm starting to overlap information as I'm talking about it. Okay. Alright, let's see. I pet you. And let's roll the die. And do I need to pay for anything? God, I want the freaking hopper. I'm hoping he's a frog. Like, for real. Okay, so I've had this thing come out once. And I don't know why it did it. All I did was do this. I just clicked it like I'm clicking right now. I don't know why it came out one time. Don't know. So I keep clicking it, thinking maybe it'll come out again. And it's gotten to the point now where I'm like, did it actually happen? Like, am I remembering that right? Because I feel like I'm crazy. Oh, I need to go feed. Do I have a thing here? I don't. Hi. You ready? You ready for some dinner? You're so patient. I like how he's gotten so big that he stopped making noise, because he used to make noise. And it's silent now. It's also slightly disturbing in a way where it's like, you know how much he's consuming and how big he is, and yet it's quiet. It just seems eerie, you know? I like it though. I like that sort of thing. Speaking of liking creepy and eerie stuff, I've been binging some Alter. There's a YouTube channel called Alter, and they have short, sometimes really, really short horror films. Some of them are a little bit longer, but if you like horror and you're looking for like just bite-sized little horror movies, they're like anywhere from, you know, like 5 minutes to 20 minutes. You know, they're really, really short. I like that sort of thing. I like horror short stories and anthology type series, things like that. So I like little stories. Sometimes you can tell a heck of a story in a very short amount of time. I saw one yesterday that I really, really liked, and it was only 5 minutes long. A lot of them are just, you know, they're fine. Some of them are pretty good, and some of them are like, meh. But yeah, one of the, that stuck with me. It's like, it just is amazing how much of a story you can tell in such a short amount of time if you craft it well enough, you know? And it was literally like 5 minutes and 20 seconds, 30 seconds long. It was a really short little movie. But yeah, I was pleased with that one. And then there are other ones where I'm just like, that was kind of weak, y'all. Or like the dialogue was really weird. It's just like, nobody talks like this. What is happening in this video? Like, who wrote the dialogue? And it was done on, it felt like it was done on purpose. So I was just like, I don't know. But there were people in the comments that really liked it, which again goes back to the not everything for everybody. Is there a rainbow happening back there? Or is that streaks? That's not streaks from my fairies. Or is that like Aurora Borealis? Your head is too big in the way, sir. I was trying to see phenomena happening behind you in the sky. Is that just a streak in the sky? I think it might just be a streak. Okay. Okay, I think I might just run tomorrow as a regular day. Where I kind of go... Did I get the out of boundium? Did I do that? I've been modifying my loop, and now I can't remember if I did that or not. So let me double check it before I go to bed. Oh! Yeet. Yeah, we're doing okay. I had to double check the time and go, wait, am I pushing it too far considering the stuff that's on my to-do list? No, we're doing okay. Alright. The only problem with having days where I get bonus stone is it takes so long to feed him. Oh my god. You're so big. I feel like I should move him again already. But I can still reach his mouth. That's the thing I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to move him around so that I can still get to his face relatively easily. Because there does come a point where I have trouble clicking on where I need to click to feed him. And then he moves to a spot where I can get to, hopefully quickly, or efficiently. It doesn't have to be quickly, just efficiently. And, feed him more. It's worth it for the stuff he gives you, though. And the satisfaction that your baby is growing, right? It's satisfying. Day 57. Okay. Well, and I have a friend that is really into Pal World right now, and I guess there's a big update coming out, but the newest trailer for it looks really, really intense. And so she's like, you know, if you want to try it out and, you know, get you, we could play together so I can introduce you to how to play stuff. And I'm like, oh, well, that sounds cool, but also I don't know if I have the time, but there's also part of me that's like, you know, you have 6 days coming off, or coming up that you have off, and I'm like, do I really want to start another game just because I have time off? I have stuff I already want to do. But it does look cool, and I've been thinking about Pal World since it first went, like, early access. Look at this dude. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Like, eventually I don't know where I'm gonna, like, if he gets so big that I have to be taller than, like, some of the tallest points, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know. Okay, is there anything else to do before bed? I don't think so. I think that's everything. Okay. Well, if I forgot anything, oh well. Okay. No rock guy. It's a mixed bag because, you know, I always want to make Mowerling bigger. Nobody over at the island. I'm amazed how few visitors, like the big visitors I get. There's still some big visitors I haven't had on stream. And part of the reason I don't say them, like I don't say which ones they are, is because, you know, if you haven't played this game yet and you wouldn't mind having a few surprises, I don't want to say what they are and then, you know, like if they show up, they show up and that's that. But like, part of the delight of this game is like finding some of the little surprises on your own too. I mean, like, so if I can preserve any of that for anybody. Although if you're watching streams for games that you haven't played, I've been there as well, where actually there was one that I was like, oh, I'll watch this person play this creepy game, and then they finished the whole game in one sitting. I don't know if it was originally multiple videos and then they cut them all together or what, but I was like, oh, damn, I guess I don't need to play this game now because I've already seen the entire thing. Which, for some games, it can be a mixed blessing because, like, there are some games where I've seen the whole story and I still want to play the game. And then there are some games where I see the whole story and I'm like, well, I don't feel like I need to play that now. And then there are games like this where they can literally be played. Why does that look like a face? Is this a face? Nose. Eye, ears. Have I not noticed that before? See? Somebody else is probably going, yeah. So it's kind of weird. It's a weird thing where you just never know what the game is. And so I get, like, you know, the attitude about playing games where it might spoil the game so much that people don't end up buying it for themselves, or it might create enough hype. Like, it's such a mixed bag of, like, is it a benefit or is it not a benefit? Because I have felt that way about games like this, where it's like, I don't know if I won't, but it also might save me from going, you know what, I probably wouldn't have liked that too much. Like, I have a couple of games that I have purchased that I don't play, and I kind of wish I hadn't purchased them, but I had watched videos on them. So it's like I knew what I was getting into. One of them's a game that the developers have stopped developing. They've actually developed other games since they stopped working on that one, and it's like, man, that one was fun. I wish you had finished it, you know? But again, not a developer, don't know all the ins and outs of why one would start and stop and not finish and do other things. I don't know. But yeah, I don't play it anymore, and I don't know if I'll ever pick it back up, especially if they never finish it. It wasn't expensive, you know, but yeah, it's not even really the type of game either. And it's not even if whether or not, like, some of those story games, it's the choices you make. And sometimes it's just linear start to finish, and, you know, it doesn't really seem to matter to me which games I am inclined to want to play myself versus whether or not I've seen everything, you know? So it's so strange, and you can't know, and it's probably not true for everybody, you know what I mean? Such a weird thing. Brains are weird. Like, I didn't watch all of someone playing Alien Isolation, but I watched it before no, I didn't watch it before I played it. I watched it at the same time I was playing it because my oldest child was really young when I was playing that, and he came in the room at one point, and I think I got killed by the alien, and it freaked him the hell out because he was little, and not like toddler little, but, you know, young. So we ended up finding Markiplier, and if you are on the YouTuberverse at all, you probably have at least heard of Markiplier. Pretty big gamer YouTuber, and has been for a very, very long time. And he's over the top with his reaction to scary stuff sometimes. And his Alien Isolation was very much that. So my son and I watched that together because it was funny. It was funny watching him be scared. And, of course, that launched the love of Markiplier by my kid in this house. Like, it was just like, and suddenly Markiplier was a part of our lives after that. And it was me who found him. You know, it was me who found him because I was looking for a way for us to sit together and just watch something that was both scary and funny, because I was actively playing the game that was so scary for my kid. But it didn't stop me from wanting to play that game. It's still one of my favorite games. If I could play it again for the first time, I absolutely would. So, like, even though I had some spoilery type stuff from watching someone else play that game, definitely did not want to stop playing and finish it myself. You know, but then that other horror game, it was just like, oh, well, maybe I don't need to play this game now. I mean, I think it maybe also is because the game looked fine. You know, it didn't look like, ooh, you know, like, it didn't, like, there wasn't like a spark of desire to want to play it just from like the beginning of the video. But by the end, I was like, oh well. And it's true for some of these cozy games too. Some of them I look at and I'm like, that looks cute. And, you know, but I don't know if I need to play it. And then other games where I'm just like, okay, I want to get my hands on that. Like the bookshop games, you know. And now I have way too many different saves going. Not really. But yeah, you never can tell. You never know if it's going to be more positive or negative, depending on like the kind of exposure it's getting. And I can see all sorts of sides to the arguments, you know, because I feel like there are some people who feel very passionately one way or the other. Although, from my perspective, and the fact that I am a content creator that does play video games and could potentially be spoiling the game for people who may or may not be interested in purchasing it, being someone who sometimes will avoid certain things because I don't want to be spoiled, it does take some, like, there's an argument to be made. It's like, if you really are interested in something and you don't want it spoiled, then don't watch the stuff. It can be hard to avoid, trust me. I have been spoiled on things. I've been spoiled on things where I didn't even expect to be spoiled on them. But, like, I make concerted effort sometimes to really avoid, like, I will just be like, I'm not looking at anything on the internet for, like, the first 3 days that something is out in hopes to avoid our first week, you know? But it's an exercise sometimes because we're so habitual, you know? Let me tell you of a garden that bloomed with memory and regret. In the heart of Varnhollow, thoughts took root and shaped beasts of sorrow. A lone knight sought redemption, only to meet himself in twisted form. But instead of striking, he wept, and embraced the thing he feared. And the garden exhaled peace. Thank you for walking among those petals with me. I can't remember if I've seen that one or not. Interesting. There's such a variety of them that it's hard to remember which ones they've had before. Which honestly, I kind of like. mean, beyond liking them in general. It's kind of nice to have such a wide variety of them that I'm like, that sounds familiar. It's because it's almost, those things almost feel like they should sound familiar. Like they're tales that you might have heard as a child and have forgotten, you know? Kind of invokes that kind of feeling. So the fact that I can't remember them specifically kind of just makes that feel that way. I don't know. I feel like I'm not necessarily explaining that very well, but maybe if you get it, you get it. And my explanation can be weird. And yeah, it can be really tough to avoid spoilers if there's something you're really into. Although in this day and age, if you're going to be on the internet, you have to be prepared for some spoilers sometimes, because you're not going to be able to avoid all of them all the time unless you just don't go. Just don't go on the internet. These are the risks we take. But, like we were talking about earlier, sometimes when you step away from that stuff, it can make, like, give you some breathing room, because sometimes it gets very overwhelming. Oh my gosh, I didn't know they would go down the hill. What? What are you doing down there? Why are you down there? I'm gonna call you Sam. I don't know why. Yeah. Stuck on her tail. I thought there was another one over there. Okay, apparently I'm losing my mind. Now I kind of want to play Alien Isolation again. I will never be able to recreate the feeling the first time I got into the meat of that game. But it was so good. I still have DLC for that I have not played. I never have played it. And I still don't really know why I've never made time for it. It's just so weird. Considering how much I would put it in my, if not top 5 games, at least top 10 games of all time for me. That I have enjoyed the experience of playing. Trying to think of what other games I would put in there. Well, I would put the Sims franchise, regardless of you know, current state of Sims and more specifically EA ownership. Or future ownership, because it's not really done, but anyway, regardless of that, I would put the Sims in there. The franchise, not just one specific Sims game. Probably put in American McGee's Alice and Alice Madness Returns as a pair. I don't like picking just favorite, like, one. And although I think the mechanics of the second one, and even, like, I still really enjoyed the story. I don't think the story is better in the first or second one of those. I can't just pick the second one, because if it weren't for the first one, we wouldn't have had this. Like, I feel like they're just a great pair of games. What else did I put in my favorites of all time? Lord of the Rings Online. I keep thinking they've just updated all of the servers to be better graphics, and there's part of me that wants to play it again just to see what it looks like now that they have updated the servers. Because that was my MMO. Back when I could live the life of an MMO player. I play Palia now, but not like we played Loader. That was such a different life. Different life. Would I put Diablo, like the series of Diablo, not one specific Diablo game? Maybe in my top 10. The Katamari series. Put that in there. I don't even know how many games that is. Oh my god, Katamari Damacy is such a weird little game. And I love that there's so many of them now. It was like 5 of them now? Something. I feel like there's some that were on systems that I never played. But I don't know. I played the crap out of the first 2 games in that series, though. Trying to think of what other, like, big deal games. Like, maybe from childhood. Final Fantasy II. Although I think it's something different in Japan than it was here. I can't remember now. Played that game a lot. Ninja Gaiden. The first one. Am I coming up here already? Well, I can always make the loop back around at the bottom. I'm trying to think if there's other stuff that I would put up in my top 10. There's a lot of stuff that I have not played that I wouldn't mind playing that could potentially be up there. Didn't they do a remaster of Silent Hill 2? I wouldn't mind playing that. I tried to play Silent Hill 2 way after it was big. Or was it the first one that I tried to play? And I couldn't get over the mechanics. It really bothered me that I couldn't get over the mechanics because I knew... I think it might have been the second one. I really wanted to play it because it was one of those games that, you know, like... set the bar. And the mechanics were so outdated by the time I played it that it was almost unplayable for me. And I remember being so disappointed because I was so excited to get to try it out. And it was a bummer. But I think they did a remaster of it. I don't know if the remaster is been changed enough to where it's not as, like, it's one of those things where the changes they made that people didn't care for. I really haven't looked at reviews for it. But I wouldn't mind trying to play that. I've thought about looking into Silent Hill F. The only Silent Hill game I have ever played is Silent Hill 4. And I know that, like, I feel like that's one of the ones that people don't like as much. And I had a great time playing that game. I really enjoyed it. But again, it was the only Silent Hill game I've ever played. So I didn't have the comparison to others that are rated better, favored more, looked on more positively. So. And there were some genuine creepy moments in that game. It was great. I wouldn't mind playing some more creepy games, that's for sure. And probably much like horror movies, there's probably a ton of them. Maybe that's why I wasn't so upset about that one game that I saw, you know, the whole story of it. Because I was like, well, it looked like kind of just, you know, one of many. Horror movies are like that too. Doesn't mean I don't want to play them. Doesn't mean I don't want to watch them. Doesn't mean I don't want to experience them. But it also moves them down on the priority list when they feel like they could be one of a dozen games that have come out. Man, when I was working at Blockbuster, so many games. Do I want to do this first? I kind of want to go to the island first. And then we'll come back and do the castle. But every week, the most I don't know. If we had 12 movies to put out that were new releases on any given week, I would guarantee you at least a third to half of them would be horror movies. Because you would get a major horror story or a major horror movie that would come out, and then there'd be like 4 knockoffs for it. You know, there were so many horror movies that come out all the dang time. And I kind of feel like that's true for horror games. I don't know why. I don't know why so many more seem to get made. But I don't know. I guess maybe because I'm far more inclined, like personally, I'm far more inclined to watch a low budget horror movie than I would be to like watch a low budget drama. Oh, I misplaced my frog. I was like, I'm going really slow. I keep doing that. I keep popping off my mount when I don't mean to. No, I'm really slow. It sucks. Maybe I should go home and then come back over here. How much faster will I be if I do that? All right. I'm gonna go up the hill. Make an offering. No, I don't want to make an offering yet. Okay, I'm still on my cat. I was like, wait, am I going slow again already? Did I already pop off my mount again? Hi. All right. Of course, I'm more inclined to watch horror over drama most of the time anyway, just because I have to, like, dramas can be really, really good, and they can be worth watching even if you're not necessarily in the mood for something heavy, but, like, sometimes it's like, man, I don't know if I have it in me to want to watch something super heavy. Sometimes. And sometimes I'm definitely not a person to shy away from stories that have, like, a sad and happy ending. More so than some of, like my husband. There are some things that he won't watch because he's like, nope, I hate the ending of it. And I'm like, but it's not just sad. And he's like, nope. The one I always think of is AI. And I really liked that movie, but he won't watch it. He thought the end was too depressing. And I'm like, but it's happy too. Like, it's not just sad. Like, some dramas are just sad. Or the sad far outweighs the happy. But yeah, if it's too heavy of a movie, it's like, okay, I really have to be in the mood to bolster against the sadness or, you know, the heartbreak that I'm about to endure. Alright, how are we doing? How y'all doing out here? Living your best fluffy butt sheep lives? Good for you. Alright. We're almost done with this loop. Which is good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish the loop. I'm going to go open the shop. I'm going to do the castle. And then I'm going to do the crafting. And theoretically, by the end of that, we will have gotten through a relatively regular day without having to add new crafting. That's not true. I have drinks to put in the store. Damn it. I knew there was something. I was like, I'm getting off too easy. It's part of the reason I started saying it out loud, because I was like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, you're forgetting that because you've been adding new crafting in, there's new stuff to make room for in the shop. Although, to be fair, it won't take me long to set that up. We've just gotten a little bit later than I was hoping to be at this point. But that's because there's always stuff. And it always takes longer than my brain thinks it will. I'm like, I can do this really quick. And then 20 minutes later, it's like, well, shit. It's okay. I wonder if my husband has fallen asleep again, because he was awake when I took my break. But he said he might take another nap, because he's feeling okay. Brilliant scales. I'm so sorry. Brilliant scales are over 1,000. That's nice. Considering brilliant scales and radiant scales only have one place to get them every day. And I feel like it's been a bit since I've got... Isn't there one of the visitors gives me tending bonus? Oh gosh, we're okay. I was looking to see if I'd forgotten some berries. Soul berries are almost to 7k. That's good. Just fall out of the tree, man. It's fine. You're fine. And he just stares at you. Oh, I got two. I got two today. Nice. It's been a minute since I've gotten two. Fantastic. We love to see it. Hey, man. All right. Okay, okay. Doing all right, doing all right. Okay. All right. Okay. Give me all the apples, man. I wish there was, like, a way to, like, suck them all up at once, you know? What was it? Oh, that's one of the things. I'm not gonna... I think... I set up my schedule for next week, and now I don't remember what it is. I think next week I have set up Dreamlight Valley shifting to Wednesday because of the holiday on Thursday, and then I'm pretty sure I've got Dinkum on the schedule for Sunday. Am I talking out of my butt? Hold on a second. Let me double check that, because I want to make sure I'm not... For 1 week from today. Let me look at my setup. Scheduled. Let's look. Yes, I have Dinkum set up for next Sunday, which is great because I really want to work on, besides testing out some of my new... I haven't finished writing out my schedule for that game yet. That is on my to-do list for probably working on like Thursday, Friday next week, if I don't start working on it sooner. But I want to push and work on getting the resources to make the Harvac. I think what I'm short on right now, if I'm not short on Berkonium still, I'm probably short on the money. I think it's 2 million to get the Harvac. But I have been dying for that in that game for a hot minute. And it is a crucial component into getting my schedule up and running efficiently as far as like the orchard. Oh, I can't even tell you. I'm so excited for that tool. Like, that's what made me, the sucking up of the sun apples is what made me think about it. It's like, can I just suck these up with the Harvac like I can in Dinkum? Even though I haven't ever used one. And so I'm not exactly sure. I'm assuming I understand how it functions. But, like, could I have a magical vacuum in this game? That would be amazing. Okay, is this the last area? besides the castle. I think this is it. This little rocky area. Which for a long time, this was not in my regular loop. But there's so much ore and rock to be had over here, it's almost a shame to ignore it. Especially if you get the visitors that give you bonus in mining. 100% you need to come over in this space and do it. What happens when we get the underground biome and a day takes like all of stream? It'll be interesting to see how much the dynamic shifts, you know? About how this game is played. Okay. Oh, there's stone right there. I'm not going to ignore that because it's like literally right here. But I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop my loop because I could theoretically go more places. But 100% want to go to the castle. Nope. 100% want to open the shop. And then go to the castle. Because although I can save and leave, I prefer saving at the end of the day if I can. And I pet you again, baby. And boop. Oh, that's low. Boo. Can I get double digits? No? What the? Are you just... Was that 3 6s in a row? Just walk away. Okay, we're going to the blah, blah, blah. We're going to the what? We're going to the castle. That's where we're going. Oh, I love it when I can transition between them before I stop moving from the last one. I love that. I can't always pull it off because you're moving when you do that. But like, it's fun. It's fun to try. Whoop. Overshot it. See? That's what happens. Get cocky. You overshoot it. As long as I don't pop outside the castle before I'm done inside the castle, we're good. Okay. I really hope next week at work is as peaceful as I hope it's going to be. Less students and less meetings. Focus on just regular work, shelving books. I'm going to finish the book that I'm currently reading. Wonder if I should pick another short book. Because I don't tend to listen to my books as often at home. Just because I got other stuff going on at home. Sometimes, but not always. Okay, so now we'll do crafting. Now see what I mean? If I click this one over here, I'm going to go there super fast. Oh! Oh! See, and I still overshot it. I was trying to stop in time to get here. Oh my god. It was crazy. Okay, that's hard to hit from the side like that. Okay. Okay, so now I have 10 empty terrariums. What do I have as far as seeds? Ooh. Emerald leaf's the one that takes longer. Hmm. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I don't really want to do that. Do I want to wait? I think I might let him be today. Because the next time I play is probably going to be in between the next time I stream. That's not what I need to do. Yeah, he's all good. And I might want to do some rearranging, and I might want to do it when they're not planted. So I don't have to keep track of what's planted and what. Are these all good? Okay, you're good. I got to shop level 25. You know what I want to do? Before I finish crafting? Did I get all of those watered? I think so. Okay. I want to go by my cashier. Oh, my Orling's blocking the... No! Oh my god, no! Okay. Okay, I might have to move him. I might have to make him go someplace else. Oh no! Boop. Giraffes! Where was he? Oh, there he is. Hello? You looking for some vegetables? Some fruits? Good for you. Ooh, you're cute with your blue hair. Look at that hair. I've thought about doing blue. As much as I love green, she's got a green that's like mine. Well, and I need to get a haircut is what I really need to do, which is why I haven't been dyeing my hair. But man, haircuts are not cheap. I've got really long hair too, so even if I chop it off. Anyway, it's just a lot. And this time of year, who needs extra expenses, right? Okay. I forgot to put out my thing. I knew there was something. Damn it. Finish your sentence. New drinks. There we go. Shelf. How many do I have? Oh, crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 15 right now. Okay, okay. I was afraid some of these were already empty. That is not the case. How many shelves would that be? That would be 4 shelves, but probably not. It would be 3. 3 shelves, and I could fit the other 3 in there. Okay. All right. I got distracted. I meant to come in here, pay bills, and hire somebody. Because I remembered something else I forgot. Where does... Okay. I hope you're a frog. Oh, he's a bunny. That's okay. He's got cool sunglasses and a snack. What gives you the right to have a snack? These guys don't get snacks. Who do you think you are, Hopper? How close do I want those? Do I want them clipped into each other? Do I want them next to each other? I don't like that they're... Okay, don't be too fussy, woman. Why won't they line up? So annoying. Ah! All right, fine. Okay. There is no gap over here. Fine. Think about it. Fine. We'll just put something on here later, right? And we'll just cover it so we don't have to think about it. Okay, I need 3 shelves. I do like my little setup here, though. Man, they are super fast. I haven't watched them bag in a while. Do you see how fast they bag stuff now? Do I have maxed out... That's not the button. Do I have maxed out bagging? I don't. Holy cow. You mean I still have 6 more levels of bagging to go? And that's how fast... Not only does he have a snack, he's got like a stash down here. Do you see? What the... I haven't really watched their animations before. I want to know why you get special snack privileges, though. Do you share them with your buddy? Boom! Look at how fast that restocking is. Amazing. Oh, I'm sorry. Pardon me. I'm distracted by all the things. Okay, I need a shelf. Shelf. Where the hell is the shelf? Why is it not? I would like a search here. Oh, hey! Man, you're getting here right at the end. I missed you. Because I really need to wrap it up. How are you today, Miss Bama? Because I'm pushing it. Because it's already 2:30. Where the heck is my shelf? Display. It's not in decoration. No wonder I couldn't find it. Wait, look, it's right at the top. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. I got my 4th cashier. That was what I was really pushing for. Besides getting the new crafting stuff set up. Well, is that the end of the customers? Because I don't... I did get to 20K as well. I don't need to spend all my money on an expansion. That's not what needs to happen. I don't need to do that. What could I do instead? There's the new terrarium set. And another set of produce. Damn. So much. I don't need this. Weapons. Because my weapon section is woefully thin over here. Okay, y'all are doing okay. Let me put out the buzz stuff. Oh, I haven't done my crafting because I got distracted by the fact that I could go get a cashier. That's okay. We're okay. We're doing okay. Spend it wisely. I will make you no promises. How did... Oh, it's ×2. That's why. I was like, how did I end up with so much buzz? Ooh, I like that sea fallow. And that night... Ooh, those look really pretty. Okay. Yeet. Oh, look at this green. Fantastic. Ooh, wow. What is that? Night blush? Oh, I wish I could crouch to see. Because I'm sure it's got a swirliness going on in there. Would like to see what that looks like. Wow. How orange that looks. Okay. Don't get distracted by all the pretty. Trying to... I feel like eventually everything is going to be kind of color coordinated. But for now... I'm trying to mix it up a little bit. Ooh, that one's intense as well. What is that? Emberberry. Oh, I'm not surprised. So how are you today? I hope you are doing well. Have you been making progress with your Dreamlight Valley? Or are you also doing other things? There was something else you were playing recently too, right? Of course, I feel like you're playing a lot more games than I am. Wow, there's a lot of red ones. I mean, it's not really surprising, like red and reddish orange. Because, I mean, berries, right? You'd think that there would be a lot of berries. But look how many red and orange ones there are. Okay. I need math. Doing okay? Been playing Dinkum. Yeah, that's on my schedule for next Sunday. So that's, you won't be... That's when you'll be out of town. But yes, next week I'm going to do Dreamlight Valley and Dinkum. I'm going to try and do round robin on Sundays. Unless, you know, major things happen and time crunchy things happen. Math. I need a calculator. Okay. 9:43. 10:18. I made some good progress today. I've been really looking forward to getting back to this since I think kind of one major update and a couple of minor updates have happened since the last time I was able to stream it. So I was like, I need to get back in and do some stuff. Although I started a second bookshop simulator save. So I can feed my junkie on that while I'm not streaming that. I also have a second save of this. And then Misty's really into Pal World at the minute, and she posted like their update trailer, and so she's like, hey, if you want to, because I was like, oh, I haven't gotten into Pal World yet, I've been thinking about it though, and she's like, well, if you want an introduction, we can maybe hook up and do that. And I'm just like, how do I fit that in? Not that I need more games to fit in. And I was doing so well on my progress in Palia, trying to get in and farm for like, you know, 10 minutes in the morning every day, and then that fell away this last week because there's other stuff. It's kind of like I really want a Steam Deck, although not everything can get played on a Steam Deck. But then there's the other part of me. It's like you already are probably spending more time on this stuff than you should at the moment. Well, maybe not should, but like you could be doing other things as well. And if you had a Steam Deck, like what would that look like, really? No, what? Did I hit the wrong button? 8.45? Oh, there we go. I guess I typed in 4.6. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. All right. 8.89. But now I have some stuff I could work towards. I could work towards making more money. Although I have 20k right now, I could work towards making some more and getting some more of the yield craft draft set up. I have to decide on a farming layout that I like. And then expand both the brewing and probably the jam. And see how much that takes a toll on my fruit stock. Because I kind of suspect things might get a little crazy if I can do one of each jam and one of each drink each day. But I don't know. I don't know what it'll mean. That's why I have to experiment and find out. Be coming home on Sunday. Ah. Are you driving? Or are you flying? Because I am well, I don't know. It depends. My last flying experience was probably not ideal because it took way too long. I could have driven in about 4 hours less time to my destination. But I don't travel very often, so planning flights on someone else's dime was stressful. And I was like, oh, I better make sure I get the best price. And they were like, yeah, fly. And it's like, probably should have just driven. Wait a minute. Oh, I know. Okay, confirm. That's fine. This is where I'm at. Okay. Driving. Well, hopefully it'll be a nice drive for you. I don't mind road trips. Kind of wish I could do them more often. But traveling is not cheap, even if you know, are looking for budget friendly. Budget friendly is still pretty pricey in this day and age, so I'm hoping next year we can do something, you know? All right, that's all of my goodness, there's so many of these. In the end, there will be 26 of them. That's how many different fruit varieties there are. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 8. It's 20 shelves. So I have 6 more varieties I haven't even made yet. Oh, that's right, because we did the math for that yesterday. Don't look at the pile of crates. And we're not looking at how disorganized everything looks. We're going to pet Teddy. And then we're going to go... I don't have a... Nope. I don't have a dark unicorn waiting for me. I don't have a star shard waiting for me. Excellent. So let's go finish our crafting, feed our Orling, and wrap upstream. Because now, instead of being about 3.5 hours, we've gotten to 4 hours already, and I'm not even done yet. Shh. Oh, I just love it how fast it is. So fast. It's not even as fast as it's going to get. So fast. Oh, level 20. I still have 15 levels to go on thread weaving. Crazy pants. Okay, but I've done my farming already. So now I need to do ore. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like these being out here more. Like, if you thought about, like, smelting ore, that would not be an inside job. Like, there'd be risk of setting your house on fire. I mean, unless it was like a fort, like it was set up for that in specific, but this does not look like it's set up to smelt metal. It looks like a fire hazard. Okay, fruit. I'm not even going to worry about whether or not I need fruit. We're just going to grab 3, 4, 5, 6. Got us to Frostgleam. Mostly because I just need it to be done quickly. Because although my husband feels like crap today, and he may in fact be taking another nap, I don't necessarily want to assume that it is okay to monopolize the computer room. You know, if I did become any kind of big fancy content creator and we ended up in a space that allowed for me to have a separate kind of business room where I would maybe have my whole setup for just content creation related stuff, that would be amazing. It would definitely make me feel a little bit less like I'm asking for more when I'm like, I want to stream for an extra hour today randomly. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But that is not today me. There's no space in the house for something like that. The only time I can do something like that is if I'm doing a craft stream and I'm in the garage. But even then, like, that's where the freezer is, and, you know, anyway, that can get interrupted as well. It's just, anyway. We have a little house, which is fine. We don't need a big house. I don't want to take care of a big house. I would maybe want 2 extra rooms. Like 2 rooms bigger than what this is right now. And that's about it. I don't want a big house. It's a lot of work, and no thanks. Okay. Nope. Nope. Fruit. Where did I get? Did I get to Meyerberry? I don't think so. I think I did Mellow Spike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the only thing I actually... Wait a minute. The only thing I actually care about is the fruits, the ones I have not made into Buzz yet. Which are the last 6 fruits in the list. So that's helpful. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Not this one. 5, 6. I think that's right. And then it really doesn't matter after that. I have not... I need to go back and make the first... Shit. What was that? Second time I've done that. The first time was like with Out of Boundium or something. It was so stupid. I was so mad. Because it was one of the rarer materials. It might have even been one of the Lunasites. And I was just like... It did not happen on stream, but it... Wait. Did I accidentally do 2 tiger melons? No, I did not. Right? Oh, God, he's sneezing like... Well, and then the other part of me is like, don't let him in the room. He's carrying the plague. He told me he was starting to feel crappy yesterday, and I just was like... like, please. Do not get me. Like, for real. Okay. So the first day, what did I do? Does it even matter? Do I even care? I have 9 more to fill. I want to do 8 more fruit. I'm just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. We'll just do that so we don't have to think too hard. And then we'll leave one as just plain honey. Fine. If I'm too far away from it, they can clean it up in the night. Boop. So, you weren't here earlier, but I don't know if you've noticed that I now have all 8 of the fairies. And that's because I ended up watching someone else's stream and saw them get the white fairy that I had not been able to find. So it was a mixed bag, because now I know where the fairy is, but also I was like, damn it. And I had been where she was. But the converse side is now I'm complete and I don't have to keep searching. So there's that. Whee! And it is magical having them fly around. Whee! Okay, honey. 15 of them. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Holy crap. Okay. Ooh, wow. Look at that. So intense. Wonder what fruit that was. Ooh, the pink is cute. It's going to be cute on the shelf. And something a little bit different than like the red-orange ones that we've been doing. Nice. Don't throw it. I almost threw it away. Ooh, I like that blue. It's almost lavenderish, like periwinkle. Not quite, though. All right. Man. And I know he's working on some pretty big stuff, too. I'm gonna have to start making a schedule for this dang game. Like, in-day schedule. And then I will have another spreadsheet. Okay. Which one's not bubbling? You're not bubbling. Everything else is bubbling? Ooh, look at that blue. I didn't even register that. Wow, that's pretty. Another orangey color. Another like, peach color. Oh, that must be Fey Peach, maybe? Pretty. Okay. Crystals. You know what? I'm not even going to fuss. Just grab 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just fine. Don't even care which ones I'm chucking them into. All fine. Ooh, restocking is at level 34. Hot diggity dog. Love it. Love it. You're going to start playing this on your trip? Oh, cute. Is it Steam Deck compatible? Honestly, this could make a great little game to do in the car. I could see that on a road trip for sure. Ooh. You just gave me a justification. Because if we do take a trip, I know where it would be. Oh, there's my cow. Already checked. Nice. It would be a road trip. It would be about a 3-4 hour drive. Of course, we'd have to take a few breaks, partially because breaks are necessary, but also because 2 children and squirreliness is it will occur. But could I justify the expense of a Steam Deck in conjunction with a trip. Perhaps. Don't mind my evil laugh. It's not meant to be evil. Okay, we'll feed the baby and then we'll wrap it up. Hey, I found my cow. I didn't find the rock though. Wherever I jumped off the rock. I wish there was a way to return the mounts to the little stand in the house or the table in the house for when I lose them, because I think yesterday I might have lost 2 mounts and ended up pulling out a 3rd. Just like today, now that I'm thinking about it. Although I found the cow. Did I make an offering today? I might have to move him if he's gotten so big that he blocks my little fast travel thing, my zip line. Because he's almost blocking it now. I like how the light looks through the clouds. All right, day 58. Several more days of summer to go. So much stuff to work on, though. So much stuff now that there's... Well, I hadn't even fully fleshed out the crafting before new crafting had arrived. And if he is actively working on a new biome and or new cooking... Now, he said both of those things will take a while, but I kind of feel like cooking has been in the works for a bit. So it'd be nice to not feel like I should have been already upping the ante on my crafting before there's more crafting, you know? That's alright. What is the point of this guy? He gives you, well, besides the ridiculousness of him, and a place to put so much extra ore, he gives you ore. So the pop-up that's happening in the lower right of the screen, it's what he gives me for feeding him stone. So he gives me ore and shards, which is really great for the stuff that's hard to get. The dark lunacite and lunacite. And then the out of boundium, I don't feel like I struggle to get as much. And then some of the ores are still relatively low. Star shard, that's another one. Because you only get star shard when a star falls to the ground. And then the lunacites only come if you get the unicorn visitors. So I usually feed him down to where I have around 10,000 stone so that my stone doesn't really get too crazy. And also to keep some of those numbers up. I wouldn't have nearly as much of the lunacite stuff if I didn't feed him as regularly. And the lunacite and star shard stuff sells for a lot more than your regular things. So those can be used to make ether and those little collectible things. And then the ether can be used on your crops, which for the milkweed then in turn makes all the varieties of cheese. So let's see, I don't have anything organized. So let's see, so this is the ether. And that's lavendrite, star shard. See, lavendrite, and I think there's only 4 nodes of lavendrite in the world. But even then, this is the highest price this will sell for, is $10.91. And the prices are different. I think they're generated so you can re-roll and have them do different, but it's lower than the star shard, which sells for $32.98. And then lunacite is $36.18. Oh, and there's the dark lunacite. It's selling for $46.78. I could always try and re-roll all of my, what do they call them? The market prices, and they'll all change. But I would imagine that no matter what you do, the Lunasites and Star Shards are going to be worth more than everything else, because everything else exists in the world every single day. But then the ether you put on your crops, and that's what gives you all the varieties of the crops you grow, but then also creates, like, this is silk curd. I don't know which ether gives me the milkweed that turns into this particular cheese, but one of them does. Anyway. That's the out of boundium. You can always tell the out of boundium stuff because it's multicolored. Glitched. Glitched curd. Dragon curd. Dark Luna curd. So that's obviously from the Dark Luna site. Interesting. It sells for less than the dragon curd. I would have assumed that it would have always been inherently higher. Guess not. Maybe that's why it's worth re-rolling sometimes. I'm not super fussed about the individual things' costs, though. I just want all of the different varieties of stuff all the time. But yeah, this is the out of boundium. Just by itself on the shelf. Have I gotten the out of... No. It's made with fruit, not with the ether. I was like, is there a variety of fizzy drink with out of boundium? But that's not how that works. Okay. I think that's everything. I fed my guy, did my crafting. I got all that stuff done. I got to all the places. There's no other, like, I didn't see any unicorns or stars. Okay. But yeah, look how massive he is now. He starts so little. Soon. Soon you will be relocated. Okay. So... I feel like it was pretty productive today. New crafting is going on. Got all of my produce outside. I'll look outside and see if anybody is exciting out there. Nope, no patch, no dragon. No Verdhorn. Not that it matters, but anyway. Nope. All right. We'll look down at the fountain. So yes, productive today. Excellent, excellent. Next week, Wednesday instead of Thursday, should be Dreamlight Valley unless something happens. Really can't foresee why, but family stuff always takes precedence, so who knows. But the plan is Dreamlight Valley on Wednesday, and then Dinkum is scheduled for next Sunday so that we can make some progress, hopefully on getting our Harvac. And I don't remember what else I was working on over there. Ranching stuff. That's what I was working on. And now that I have all the males, I might... Well, I really need to get the ranch cleaned up and functioning better before I start bringing breeding into the mix. But, yeah, that's what's on the slate for next week. So, yeah. Thanks so much for hanging out. If I don't see you next week because of the holidays, have happy holidays, the happiest you can have, or whatever you are hoping they are. And, yeah, don't forget to thumbs up, follow, subscribe, and have a lovely day, night time, wherever you are, whenever you are. I will see you next time. Bye. Thank you. Wait, this is not how I make the sound stop. The sound stopped before. Okay, so in a second I will say bye because I need to make the sound stop. There we go. All right, we're smooth. Happy holidays.